Okay, good morning. So please, the people in the room, if you can get a seat so that we can start on time. We are going online, so, okay, very good. Many thanks. Okay, good morning, everyone, and many thanks for joining this multi-stakeholder EU Innovation Network meeting. As you know, the EU Innovation Network brings together all the innovation offices around Europe and EMA. It's an honor for us to host this meeting here, and I'm really grateful for all the chairs and speakers who accepted to be involved. Just one thing that I want to mention, that today we as regulators are on the listening mode, and we really want to hear from you and to learn from you and to hear the challenges and opportunities. So it's really an open discussion, and of course it will be also for us an opportunity to give some feedback, provide some clarification maybe, because there is usually a lot of misunderstanding between regulators and developers. Yeah, but I stop here because we have a very tight agenda, so let's get started. And before we start, I would like to invite the AIFA president and then the AIFA technical scientific director to offer a welcome introduction. Please, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. Actually, it's the first time we start at 9 o'clock in Italy sharp. It's a strange thing. Dear distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this important event on translating innovation into access for advanced therapy medicinal products. We are gathered here today as part of a shared commitment to harness the potential of these groundbreaking therapies, ensuring they are developed with excellence and translated effectively into accessible, safe, and high-quality treatments for patients across Europe. ATMPs represent a frontier in medicine, offering new hope for patients facing conditions that traditional therapies may not address. However, bringing these innovations from concept to the clinic is a complex journey, one that requires cooperation, vision, and enabling ecosystem. ATMPs involve substantial investment costs, but also offer significant benefits to healthcare systems as well as clinical and social advantages to patients' health. In Italy, ATMPs are currently funded through the Innovative Medicines Fund, unified by the 2022 budget law, which in the fund's financing also provided steady increases of hundreds of millions of euros over the past years. By 2030, up to 60 new gene and cell therapies could be launched globally, potentially impacting a total of 500,000 patients, with an average cost per therapy ranging from 1 to 2 million. The challenge now is to implement models to ensure sustainability. However, we also need to think how to make EU more attractive for developers. Today's meeting, organized by the EU Innovation Network and the Italian Medicines Agency, AIFA, aims to explore how to break down barriers to development and access and facilitate the pathway for ATMPs from research to patient care. We look forward to engaging in fruitful discussions, gathering insights from developers, and exploring how regulatory tools and collaborative approaches can further support ATMP development. Let this event mark a significant step forward in our collective efforts to make Europe a leader in medical innovation, not only in scientific discovery, but in accessible, patient-centered care. Thank you for your commitment. I wish you a productive and inspiring meeting. Thank you.
Many thanks, Robert. And now it's my pleasure to invite Pierluigi Russo, who is Technical Scientific Director of the agency. Thanks, Pierluigi.
Okay. Only a few words from my perspective that is more focused on the assessment of technologies. So it's a pleasure for me to host this meeting in Rome, but also the topic of this meeting, because it's very relevant in my experience inside the Italian Medicine Agency, and I think also for all the other European context. Actually, the relationship, the criticisms that link the translation of the innovation into ATMPs and into the market access to ATMPs, it's a challenge for the public context, not only in the European context, but probably in all developed countries. We are a European community largely heterogeneous with different healthcare organizations, different national regulation, but last but not least, also different budget constraint, and this is a very relevant issue. The next challenge that we have to, in which we will engage, is also the introduction of the HTA regulation. So we will have a parallel assessment among the European Medicine Agency and the HTA procedure. We are engaged not only in the definition of benefit-risk profile, but also in the relative effectiveness evaluation. But this regulation should be included in the overall context of a world market which is characterized by many emerging countries, and the position of the Europe in the world context probably is not so strong as in the past. So we have to find new strategies, new opportunities, and I hope that this meeting could be useful in order to identify possible strategies and possible solutions for expressing the availability of effective products for our patients, and to give us also an economic development that is characterized by advanced therapies. Thank you very much, and welcome to all, and enjoy for staying in Rome.
Thank you very much, and good morning and welcome also from my side. My name is Falk Ehmann, working at the European Medicines Agency. A very big thank you to the colleagues from AIFA and from the EMA as well for organizing such a great event with such a great speakers. Now, since we have a bit of time, just maybe 2 sentences. I think we are in a unique opportunity now, having the new pharmaceutical legislation open, being discussed at the moment, and having the HTA regulation as well, being or starting to be implemented from January, so very, very soon next year. It is very encouraging seeing, for example, AIFA is a very prominent agency, having these already together combined in one institution, having 2 directors here opening this meeting. So we really hope this can be setting the scene. I am introducing as well the opportunity for all the colleagues online and in the room to interact via Slido, so you can scan this QR code and like this submit questions throughout the meeting. We will reintroduce the Slido code throughout the meeting, and you can see and reload it on your mobile. Now it is a pleasure to introduce Kieran Breen, a well-known figure in the European regulatory system. He's currently the Vice Chair of the CAT, the Committee for Advanced Therapies. And let's not forget, the CAT was worldwide, globally, the first committee was dedicated to ATMPs. The first committee who looked at gene therapies, cell therapies, and tissue-engineered products. So, Kieran, thank you very much for providing the introduction.
Okay, thank you, Falk, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of ATMPs in Europe, and the CAT was founded 15 years ago, and but actually the ATMP regulations actually predate the CAT by 2 years. It goes back to 2017 when Regulation 1394 was passed on the 13th of November. And this actually set the scene for ATMP regulations throughout Europe. And as Volker said, this was groundbreaking at the time. It established the Committee for Advanced Therapies, which would regulate advanced therapeutic medicinal products within Europe. It provides a definition and procedures for ATMPs, but also provides incentive for developers. And this led to the first CAT meeting in January 2009. And in fact, we had a symposium a couple of months ago in Amsterdam to celebrate the 15 years of the CAT. And for anybody who's interested, if you go on our website, you'll find the full recording of the symposium, and I'd advise any of you who weren't there to do that, because there were some very interesting presentations at that, looking at what has been achieved over the past 15 years, and also looking forward for ATMPs over the coming years. And it was really interesting to see what has been achieved and where we are going from this. So one of the challenges with ATMPs is that they are unique. They're not normal medicines in the way that we know them, but there are many different challenges associated with them. First of all, they're complex products to develop, to manufacture, to characterize, and to test. One of the big challenges, I suppose, is that it's a constantly evolving technological field. And, it's not one that is static, it's ever evolving. And, as soon as you develop one area, it's developing further. It's particularly in the non-clinical area, it has to be tailored according to the needs, and it's a lot of the studies that need to be carried out in the preclinical stage before you go into first in human. A lot of the therapies that are being done or that are being carried out have concomitant therapy, such as conditioning therapy or immune suppression. There are novel toxicities associated with the therapies. There are specific post-authorization obligations to be carried out, and in a lot of cases there is a lack of precedent cases for regulatory decision making. So it is a very complex field, and this is one of the reasons why we have a specific set of regulations and why we have a specific committee which is responsible for the regulation of advanced therapies. Now, if we look at the ATMP pipeline since 2009, when the CAT was developed, as you'll see here on the left-hand side, this has been developing quite significantly over the past 15 years. And the blue line is the total ATMPs, and as you can see, the majority of this is associated with gene therapy medicinal products. There's particular mix with academic, SMEs, large pharma. Obviously, COVID has had an impact on clinical trials. One of the things we have noticed is there is quite a high attrition rate. So this, the figure here represents scientific advices, companies coming to us looking for advice on various aspects of the development of ATMP development. The other thing we have noticed is that there is a frequency in the delay in development of products. So these are issues that we have to deal with at the CAT. This is a diagram of the approved ATMPs at the CAT as of July 2024. As you see, there was quite a lag period at the first product was ChondroSelect back in 2009, which is a tissue engineered product. Then there was quite a delay, and obviously now as time has moved on, this has gained momentum, and the majority of products has reflected the scientific advice that has been requested, and now we have the majority of products that are coming through our gene therapy products. In 2019, we had our first CAR T cells, which were Yescarta and Kymriah, and in 2024, we had our first gene editing products, Casgevy. The EMA has a number of initiatives to facilitate ATMP development, such as the Innovation Task Force. Obviously, scientific advice, companies can come to us at any stage, and we encourage them to do so at an early stage so that they can get robust and appropriate scientific advice before they actually dive in and do things that potentially they may not be appropriate for them to do. We have guideline publications, and we have our new guidelines on ATMP development, which will be coming out probably next month. We have the PRIME scheme, which I'll talk about in a moment, accelerated assessment, and a couple of years ago we developed the ATMP pilot for academia and non-profit organizations. The PRIME scheme is particularly important for ATMPs because it has the potential to address a significant and to a significant extent an unmet medical need. So the PRIME scheme essentially reinforces scientific and regulatory advice. It optimizes development for a robust data generation and enables accelerated assessment. And what I'll just highlight in this diagram here is after phase 1, and when we go into the exploratory phase, which would be phase 1, phase 2, basically a company, if it's approved in the PRIME scheme, it's assigned, if it's an ATMP, it's assigned a CAT rapporteur, and there's a kickoff meeting with the company, a dedicated member of EMA staff, and the CAT rapporteur. And this kickoff meeting then basically plans this, the program whereby the company with the member of staff and the CAT rapporteur plans the way forward, so that there are a number of scientific advice meetings, and ultimately the company then will submit their marketing authorization application. So if we look at the number of ATMP PRIME applications, this again has been increasing over since the PRIME scheme started in 2016. On the left is the number of PRIME applications submitted, and on the right the number granted. But basically the take-home message here is that ATMPs have been 27% of applications, but actually 47% of products granted PRIME status have been ATMPs. So that's 65 out of 139. So obviously the PRIME scheme has been really important from an ATMP perspective, because it has been considered to be of high importance from the PRIME perspective. If we look at ATMPs currently in development, again on the left-hand side, this figure was initially developed by Thomas Boren from the Czech agency and has recently been updated by Alona Reichel, the CAT chair. And this is just a number of clinical trials ongoing with ATMPs. On the left-hand side is the number of trials, and in green you have the gene therapy trials, and in orange somatic cell therapies. Again, in 2022 this decreased, probably due to the number of trials being submitted, decrease in number of trials submitted due to the COVID pandemic. And on the right you'll see that the majority of these were either being carried out in 1 or 2 member states. But again, there is an increase, and this is promising. Obviously, there are challenges being faced by ATMP developers in Europe. The rapid pace of science I mentioned earlier, and this is always going to be a challenge with increased product complexity, and how this is going to be dealt with by regulation. However, there is an increase in global access to ATMPs, which can be facilitated by regulatory convergence, and there is regular interaction between EMA, FDA, Health Canada, Swissmedic, etc. We obviously need to have a requirement for sustained long-term follow-up for more ATMPs, and one thing we're looking at is the use of combined registries for data collection and monitoring, and one example of this is the World Federation of Haemophilia, which we're looking at the moment. Falk already mentioned EU pharma legislation, and obviously this is going to have an impact on ATMPs moving forward. And there will be an opportunity to increase innovation and R&D investment within the EU. And on the right there, I've just put in a figure that was presented at the CAT innovation meeting in October, and this was from FPA, and it's the number of clinical trials in ATMPs that's ongoing at the moment, and it shows that essentially that Europe at the moment is lagging behind Asia and North America when it comes to ATMPs. So this is something I think that we need to keep in mind, that it's an area where there is great potential for development in Europe moving forward, and we need to consider how we can develop this. What are the barriers, what are the facilitators, and how we can help to do this. And I think initiatives such as the Prime scheme in particular and other EMA initiatives are helping here, but we need to keep this in the back of our mind. So just finally, to finish off, future developments for ATMPs in Europe. Obviously, it's an ever-evolving field. It's a complex field. It does have challenges, but it has great opportunities for us. We need to consider that ATMPs are medicinal products, and ultimately, we need to consider that we need to demonstrate that they have, their quality, safety, and efficacy are key when we are assessing them. Essentially, the bottom line is that we need robust and reproducible data, and this is the message that, from a CAT perspective, this is the message that we need to get over to all of our clients. Clinical trial procedures and interface aspects need to be clear from the start. If there are exemptions, these need to be clearly defined. Obviously, there are complexities involved, and if there are combined products or companion diagnostics, these need to be considered. One of the key aspects is close interaction with patients, both in the design of trials, but also in the use of patient experience data, patient-reported outcomes, etc. And finally, patient access needs to be facilitated with the implementation of the HTA regulations. And with that, I'll say thank you and hand back to the chair.
Many thanks, Kieran, for this very interesting presentation. And now I would like to invite Dr. Maria Di Marzo, who works in the Innovation and Pharmaceutical Strategy Department in the agency. It is also part of the EU Innovation Network. And it is important, but she will give a short presentation on the survey that we launched in parallel with this meeting, and essentially to gather the developers' view and on challenges and opportunities. So far, I want to mention that we have received almost 50 responses, and mainly were from organization and not as an individual perspective. And so I guess it is important that, but as I mentioned today, we are on a listening mode, and we will be, even after this meeting, on a listening mode, and the survey will still be open. And please, those who have not yet participated, please provide your feedback. Maria, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for the introduction, and good morning. So my presentation will be a first glance, as Paolo told, about the first results received of this survey and the structure of the survey. It was launched on the EU survey platform from the European Commission on the 23rd October, addressed to the ATMP developers. And the objective are to gather information about the challenges encountered by developers during development and suggestions for potential improvements. Also feedback on the awareness and experience of the available regulatory tools, either at national and European level, in support of developers, and also expectation on the role that regulators may have in the funding projects, either public and public-private funding. The cutoff date is at 10 November, so the responses received until 10 November were 38, but as Paolo told, the survey is still open, so your feedback is still welcome and awaited and matters for us. The structure is 4 sections. The first one is the profile of the responders, then the section on challenges and opportunities in each of the field of development, and then the other 2 sections about the support tools and funding projects as told before. As regards the profile, all stakeholders are represented among the responders, so academia is the main responder, and together with the non-profit organization and SME, and then the country of responders as maybe for a bias of the country hosting this event is Italy, but there are also other EU countries represented, Spain, Germany, Netherlands, Austria, France, and also from extra EU, UK contribution. Then in the first part, we asked to provide feedback on the topics in the GMP and manufacturing field where developers have encountered challenges, asking also to refer to development phase where the challenges were encountered. So from the results, we see that the most relevant challenges were in the early exploratory clinical development phase, and in particular, with GMP-related topics and development of potency assay tests, for example, or manufacturing testing costs, as we can see in the challenges highlighted by developers in the open text boxes available in the survey. So we received really many interesting comments, and in particular GMP compliance, starting from the definition of starting materials to the transfer from the research level manufacturing to the clinical grade, let's say, manufacturing requirements, then the material quality grade, namely the lack of GMP grade materials, the high cost of materials and of outsourcing activities of testing, stability studies, and long times to start a clinical trial or to have authorization for the early GMP production, and difficulties in developing potency assay and setting specification in general, and in general lack of knowledge, awareness, in particular from academia regarding regulatory requirements. But they suggested consequently also opportunities for improvement, in particular global convergence for requirements, so not only harmonization at EU level, but globally, in order to use the same development also in US and in other regions, more guidance, more use of prior knowledge, the so-called platform approach, the use of previously generated data. Also, a call for differentiated costs for academia or non-profit organization, more training, more discussion with regulators, more knowledge sharing also among developers, and flexibility. As concerned non-clinical aspects, these are the topics where we asked the feedback on the impact, and we see the availability of animal models or alternatives of in vitro and in silico tests, the estimation of the dose for first-in-human trial, the use of previously generated NC data, a representativeness of non-clinical testing or lots. The results show that the impact was rated as high for a number of topics, in particular the availability of models of in vitro in silico alternatives, but also the access to previously generated data, the so-called platform approach again. So the challenges, as I told, are highlighted here: missing or non-predictive animal models, lack of platform approach use, uncertainty in the acceptance and predictivity of alternative models, and lack of awareness. So again, the developers propose a global harmonization of requirements, and in particular of in vitro in silico models, more use of the prior knowledge, more flexibility, acceptability also of literature data, as well as of minimal packaging and risk-based approach, so that's more flexibility again, and information sharing. As concerned the clinical and early access field, we focused on 3 hot topics. I would like to recall that all these topics are reflected in the next sessions, so the survey really mirrors the topics that will be discussed in the sessions. In particular, hospital exemption, combined developments of ATMP and medical device in vitro diagnostics, and GMO. As concerned hospital exception, we raised a bit provocative question to ask developers how they see the most appropriate use and maybe desirable aim of the hospital exemption. The first option was treatment of individual patients with unmet need for whom the clinical trial is not an option, and following availability of clinical data. The second option is before availability of clinical data, so mainly based on rational and proof of concept data. The third option is treatment of an undefined number of patients under a temporary national authorization and following availability of supportive clinical trial data. So the first one was the higher, received a higher rate, 80%, but also the second and third one from 50 to 60%. And in particular, it's interesting to see the difference of in the stakeholder response type responding to this option. In particular, big pharma, large companies supported the first one, while academia also the other options. Here we see some comments where large company suggest to stick to the current definition, the first one, and not to use hospital exemption in routine use and as an alternative to the centrally authorized products, while academia leaves the door open to the other option, depending on the clinical situation of the patients and on data available. Again, there is a call for harmonization of the interpretation across EU member states. So as concerned the cost and funding and transparency and data sharing aspects, there is unanimous agreement on the importance of these aspects on the development. And as concerned the second topic, combined ATMP development, the results we received mirrors those from the European project combined. And so all these aspects, more coordination of the assessment of CTA and of the clinical investigation performance studies of the device, as well as harmonization across member states, availability of guidance and support tools are rated as relevant. GMO aspects. These are the aspects on which we raised our questions, and in particular, the assessment of GMO aspects was considered relevant, but also the lack of harmonization, again, the lack of alignment and coordination between the evaluation of GMO aspects and evaluation of CTA. Again, the last points related to the presence of good practice document released by the European Commission and the one common application form is considered quite relevant, but a good proportion of respondents was not aware about this. So maybe there is room for improvement here. And so these are suggestions from comments, a call for derogation in case of a low or no risk ATMPs, so waivers. And again, more harmonization in terms of procedures, fees, timelines, because the common form is a drop in the ocean, as a developer has commented. And the fact that to interact with multiple stakeholders in one country represent a hurdle for them, so more harmonization. Okay, this is the investigation of the use of the regulatory support tools, either at a European or national level. we have the list of the tools in the bottom, so the innovation meetings, the scientific advice from EMA, national, simultaneous and parallel with HTA, the qualification procedure, the EMA prime scheme, academia briefing meetings, CAT classification certification procedure, SME office and orphan designation. The trend is the use is not so widespread of these tools, in particular for someone is very low, but also the awareness in the yellow is not so high among developers, so maybe we have room for improvement from our side as regulators. But there is in green the intention to use and the interest to use these tools in the future. Then last question about the envisaged role of the regulator in the EU public and public-private funded projects. So we propose that these possible roles in all stages of the preparing a call. So in the stage of defining priorities for the future calls, drafting calls, assessing application before, support applicants before the submission of the proposal, the involvement during the projects, and the more voted roles are those in red. So already in the very, very early phase of a project call for funding projects, developers would like regulators to contribute. So I would stop here, and we remain, as Paolo told, in a listening mode. We were waiting for further input from your side. Don't miss the survey, and thank you to everybody for your attention.
Okay, many thanks, Maria, very good. Of course, it was just a first glance, but already interesting points. So there is no discussion after this session, so I would invite the chairs and the speaker of the next session to come here at the desk so that you can smoothly go to session 1, and I am sure that we hear a lot of very interesting things. We have outstanding speakers, so I'm very curious. Looking forward, so Barbara, Marianne, and speakers, please come here.
Okay, sorry. So again, welcome to session number 1 of this workshop. It is a real pleasure to be here with all of these wonderful speakers. The topic of the first session will be the journey of ATMPs from early development to access in the EU, challenges and opportunities. So during this session, we will hear many perspectives, starting from researcher perspective, no-profit organization, and then SME and industry. We will first hear about all the speakers first, and then I would recommend to save all of your questions for the final part of session number 1. So Marianne, if you agree, I would go ahead with the presentation of the first speaker. Research perspective, it is our pleasure to have Professor Franco Locatelli here with us today. Brief introduction, he really doesn't need that much introduction, but anyway, Franco is full professor of pediatrics at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart in Rome and head of the Department of Pediatrics, Hematology and Oncology and Cell and Gene Therapy at the Bambino Gesù Children's Hospital in Rome. He leads the largest allogenic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation program in Italy. His current main research interests are CAR T cells for both B-cell malignancies, brain neoplasia and solid tumors, and gene therapy and genome editing for hemoglobinopathies. He is serving as the president of the National Council of Health. So, Franco, it is our pleasure to have you here today, and you have 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
So many thanks, Barbara, for the introduction, and good morning to everybody. Let me start thanking Paolo Foggi and the friends of the AIFA agency for offering me the opportunity to present this lecture this morning. And before doing this, I'd like to share my disclosure for a few seconds. In particular, I have been asked to address the issue of developing an ATMP in an academic institution. And for doing this, let me start with a sort of historical remark, namely that in April of this year, the scientific community has celebrated the 12-year anniversary of the first pediatric patient successfully treated for B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia with CAR T-cell targeting CD19. And since this first prototypal case, many studies have been activated, mainly in B-cell malignancies and in multiple myeloma, targeting CD19 and BCMA respectively. And nowadays, in our continent, we have available 6 different products that have been approved for the adult population, and 1 CAR T-cell in the pediatric population exactly targeting CD19. We, as academic institutions, decided to invest on CAR T cells, taking advantage from the availability of a rather large GMP facility, including 9 clean rooms that is approved for the genetical manipulation of somatic cells with either retroviral or lentiviral construct. And what I'd like to share with you in particular is our experience in the setting of pediatric solid tumor. And there is no need in this room to emphasize how different is the situation for translating the efficacy of CAR T-cell in solid tumor in comparison to hematological malignancies. The main obstacles being represented by the need of the CAR T-cell to penetrate a solid mass and to the presence, as you can appreciate in this cartoon, of an hostile tumor microenvironment where there are several factors potentially jeopardizing the efficacy of CAR T-cell. And we decided to concentrate our efforts on neuroblastoma, which is the most frequent extracranial solid tumor, with a prognosis which remains unsatisfactory considering the results that have been obtained in other among childhood malignancies. And in particular, as you can appreciate in this cartoon, the probability of being alive and disease-free for patients with relapsing, progressing neuroblastoma at 3 years doesn't overcome 15%. And even the most recent approaches combining chemotherapy and immunotherapy, namely the GD2 targeting monoclonal antibody, are still associated with an unsatisfactory probability of rescuing these patients. So we decided to invest on the preparation of a third-generation CAR T-cell targeting GD2, which is a diallogangloside expressed on the surface of the tumor elements. And we also included into the CAR construct a safety switch, namely the inducible Caspase-9, to have a sort of rescue mechanism in case of undue toxicity, which cannot be controlled through the classical pharmacological approaches. And the choice of the CAR construct derives from a very meticulous and rigorous study that was conducted mainly by Concetta Quintarelli and her colleagues in our lab, demonstrating the superiority of a third-generation CAR construct in comparison to the second-generation CAR construct that are employed for treating hematological malignancies. And we also identify the most effective cytokine cocktail containing IL-7 and IL-15 for optimizing the expansion, persistence, and cytolytic activity of the CAR T-cell. Having completed this preclinical study, we designed a phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials starting from the dose level 3 with the possibility of either increasing or decreasing the dose of the CAR T-cell to be infused according to the development or absence of any dose-limiting toxicity. And we published last year the results of the first interim analysis, including 27 patients, where most of them, 26 out of 27, had failed previously to the CAR T-cell infusion, a median of 3 different lines of treatment, so a very advanced patient population. And we demonstrated that the approach was feasible. We didn't record any dose-limiting toxicity during the phase 1, and thus we identified the dose level 5, namely 10 million of CAR T-cell per kg. For those of you who are experts in the field of hematological malignancy, is 3 times the dose that it is usually employed for either ALL or non-Hodgkin lymphoma. And we also demonstrated that the approach is able to obtain a significant response rate with 9 CR and 8 partial responses, but 3 patients had negative PET evaluation, this suggesting that indeed the patients who obtain a complete CR was 12 out of the 27 we infused. And we also demonstrated a better probability of being alive and disease-free, approaching a value of 50% in the whole population of patients treated at the recommended dose. But most importantly, we also documented that the probability of benefiting from the approach was better for those patients treated with a limited tumor burden defined according to the criteria reported into this cartoon. In view of these results, we completed the phase 2 portion of the trial, and we treated some patients on an hospital exemption basis thanks to the very fruitful and productive collaboration with the colleagues of AIFA and the Italian Institute of Health. And I am pleased to share today to you the results still unpublished on 51 patients, where we exactly confirm what we have recorded during the interim analysis, namely an acceptable safety profile. And if you look at this cartoon, you can appreciate that the overall response rate in this study population was 77%, much better than the published results and the combination of chemo plus antibody-based immunotherapy, where the response rate doesn't overcome 50%. And the probability of being alive and disease-free for this study population is approaching 60%. And we also documented that the efficacy of the approach was not influenced by the presence of either a refractory or relapsed disease, the previous exposure to the monoclonal antibody, and the presence or absence of poor risk molecular lesions. What influenced the probability of response was the treatment after having failed only few lines of treatment. Of course, this is not surprising, but clearly indicates that the best place where this therapy can be integrated is exactly in those patients failing no more than 2 lines of therapy. So the question is, what's next? And what's next mean also starting an interaction with EMA. And once again, this is for me the opportunity to thank the European Agency for the very fruitful discussion, the incredible support and the advice we had in starting the PRIME pathway submission that was discussed during the first presentation of this meeting. And after having obtained a positive evaluation in August 2024, we have already fixed the kickoff meeting for the PRIME in the middle of January 2025. And we are preparing all the documents to be submitted for the evaluation of the regulators of the EMA agency. And the idea that we have discussed with them is that of running a multi-center European, and not only European, because in addition to all the European countries which express interest for the trial, also Japan, Israel, and Canada ask us to participate into this trial. And we will exactly employ the therapy in the patient population I was alluding to, namely those with a limited tumor burden and failing no more than 2 lines of previous therapy. And we have already calculated a possible sample size, hypothesizing a 50% EFS at 3 years. So the main endpoint will be the long-term outcome and not the overall response rate, taking advantage of the already available data in the SIOPINA, which is the European Childhood Association for Study of Patients with Relapsed Refractory Neuroblastoma. And we are in the process also of considering model of artificial intelligence, in particular the so-called synthetic patient, to get more robust and convincing results that can be provided for the evaluation of the assessor. Of course, there is a relevant obstacle for this pathway, which is represented by the cost of conducting such a study. And let me show briefly the issue of manufacturing the... Okay, okay, one slide and then I will stop. namely that the cost for manufacturing in an academic setting overcomes a little bit 70,000 euro. And for such a study, we need a total budget approaching 9 million euro. And clearly, this can be an obstacle for an academic institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franco, and I think we will get back to this aspect potentially later on in our discussion. Now, I have two announcements. Announcement number one, unfortunately, we are missing the patient perspective. I'm too loud, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we are missing the patient perspective. Because of an unexpected absence of the planned first presentation that we envisaged. So please, if there is anyone in the room who can support us in bringing in the patient perspective, or also online, I think we can invite people to talk online as well. Please reach out, let us know. We will invite you to bring in your perspective. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And then I have the pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Leila Amini, with a background in molecular biology, molecular medicine, CAR T-cell products, and process development in cell and gene therapies in Berlin, and head of regulatory affairs unit at Berlin Center of Advanced Therapies. And Leila is giving us the academia/non-profit organization perspective. Over to you, Leila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction and also the consideration to present our project here. So I will go through some of the regulatory challenges and, of course, also challenges that we put ourselves to develop a product in a way which is safe and in the end efficient. And our example are tacrolimus-resistant regulatory T cells, which are gene-edited by a CRISPR-Cas. Our medical need arises from solid organ transplantation, which is the end-stage treatment for organ failure. It's life-saving combined with immunosuppression. However, there are considerable adverse effects such as malignancy, infection, and toxicity, and the long-term outcome has not improved recently in the immunosuppressive part. So one option to improve the situation might be regulatory T cells, which have a quite diverse modes of action to be able to suppress the pro-inflammatory immune response, in this case an all response. And here we take regulatory T cells isolated from blood, expand them, and give them back to a patient. And this is what we did already in 2014 with the first in-human trial with non-gene-edited regulatory T cells, and we were able to wean those patients from the classical triple immunosuppression down to a monotherapy with calcineurin inhibitors, which was quite efficient for 60 weeks, and sorry, this is a type 2 years. And if we look also longer, 5 years and 8 years, we see that some of these patients had to go back to the classical either triple immunosuppression or maybe add a second immunosuppressant to the monotherapy. And we therefore wanted to optimize this approach. And as we see also after a few weeks, we cannot track these cells anymore in peripheral blood of our patients using TCR sequencing. And this is why we went for optimizing this approach with CRISPR-Cas9. So we take the Cas9 protein together with the guide RNA as a ribonucleoprotein complex, and then put this into our regulatory T cells to get rid of the FKBP12, which is the binding protein for tacrolimus in this case, which is a calcineurin inhibitor. And then we hope that in the presence of tacrolimus or this calcineurin inhibitor, our regulatory T cells can perform and stay longer and are more efficient in the patient. And based on this idea, we developed a manufacturing process based on a very small amount of peripheral blood, which is 50 ml, using different devices to isolate those cells, then electroporate them, and expand them further, and finally, infuse them into a patient. And one of the first challenges occurred due to our starting material, which is peripheral blood, and in our previous study in 2014, we just used diagnostic tubes to take the blood and then manufactured our product. However, this was no longer accepted. The local authority in Berlin now applied the hemotherapy guideline and transfusion law, and there were further concerns due to contaminants of animal origin, which might be in these heparin tubes. They are only certified for diagnostic use, not pharmaceutical grade, and we needed also a certified collection site with a manufacturing authorization to produce whole blood. So one of the first challenges, this is how we solved it for the moment, which is maybe not an optimal solution, but we take empty monobeds, we fill them in the clean room with pharmaceutical grade heparin, which is, however, only approved to be used for 48 hours after you open the container, which means we can only use these tubes for 48 hours. And in our current clinical trial, where we have deceased donor kidney recipients, which are treated with regulatory T cells, this means always filling those containers and only keeping them for 2 days, hoping a patient will arrive, and if not, we have to discard them. And I also put the new regulation on substances of human origin here, because this is one hope that maybe we can harmonize this across Europe and then get away from those single solutions and maybe find a better way for starting materials. Then the next challenge was, because we are working with gene editing, of course we want a very high purity in our process from the very beginning, because any kind of alloreactive effector cells which may contaminate our product or starting material might be deleterious to our product. And we tried many different options, and in the end ended up with a combination of the Clinimax and a Taito device from Miltenyi to purify our Tregs with high purity and avoid and go down to minimal contamination of CD8 T cells, which might be alloreactive. And then I come to the electroporation or gene editing. Of course, this is something new here. We used the Lonza device to achieve gene editing of our product. Using very small amounts, we went down to those single-use containers, which were luckily accepted, and we were also quite lucky that Lonza, on the way of development, also provided us now with GMP suitable buffers and so on. But also, of course, the guide RNA was very expensive to generate for us at GMP grade and purchase for an academic institution, which was alone €500,000. And also the Cas9 protein, of course, needed to be approached. And recently, in our last inspection, we learned that we need to set up our own stability program for those materials stored at our institution. And we suggested now an in vitro assay to check whether those agents are still able to cut amplified DNA pieces, which you can see here illustrated in a gel. Furthermore, I would like to come to the final product. Of course, we want to provide a safe product, and one possibility to show this is to show the absence of cytokine production in our final Treg product, which is illustrated here. So we stimulate them with very high stimuli based on PMA and inomycin, and then look for cytokine production, which is almost absent in our gene-edited products, such as also in the wild type. And then a further possibility to show stability of regulatory T cells is to look at the epigenetics. So there's one genetic region where methylation is present in the effector cell, or also in unstable Treg, but in the stable Treg, this region should be demethylated. And we were quite satisfied to see this happening both in our gene-edited product and also the wild-type control. And then one concern, of course, with gene editing could be that we generate hyperproliferative clones, which give rise to a kind of lymphoma. Lymphoma, and we try to evaluate this with TCR sequencing to check whether we have some clones which overproliferate our cultures, which was not the case. And Then furthermore, we come to the next challenge, which is potency assays. So we wanted to illustrate that actually our cells are more potent in the presence of tacrolimus. And one easy assay, in vitro assay that we performed was just proliferation in presence of different immunosuppressants. And as you can nicely see, that in the presence of tacrolimus, our wild type is somewhat inhibited, whereas the gene-edited product can proliferate better, and this is no longer the case if you use an alternative calcineurin inhibitor, which is, for example, cyclosporine A, by which this product also can be inhibited and which provides us with a safety switch. Furthermore, potency classically is usually shown by suppression assays to inhibit the expansion of effector T cells, which is maybe not the best. And I showed you in the beginning that Treg have many different modes of action. And we are really looking for adequate potency assays to test multiple modes of action in parallel. And we try to develop some ourselves, but of course, I think it's something that the whole community has to approach and find satisfying potency assays also in this direction. One other thing is CTLA4, which is a functional Treg marker, and we could illustrate that in the presence of tacrolimus, this is upregulated in our product. And this also gives us a glimpse, but it's not really the thing that we would use as the convincing assay to show that our product is functional. Furthermore, we went to deep profiling to check for similarity of the regulatory T cells and gene-edited regulatory T cells to each other, and differences to effector T cells. And we nicely see that in the cluster distribution, we see differences, and the gene-edited product is much more similar to a regulatory T cell product than to a conventional T cell product in the presence as compared also during stimulation. And then we exposed our products to different immunosuppressants, just as I presented before, our target immunosuppressant tacrolimus and alternative immunosuppressant cyclosporine A. And we see nicely that in the presence of tacrolimus, we have a similar cluster distribution as in the absence for the wild-type product, which is somewhat confirmatory for our product. And we see more hints for possibly a superiority of our product. For example, functional markers were confirmed, such as CTLA4, but also the metabolic marker CD73, which degrades ATP to a more less pro-inflammatory ADP or AMP. And then we see also upregulation of IL-10 gene expression in the presence of tacrolimus for our product. For gene editing, of course, off-target evaluation is a relevant thing, and we discussed this strategy also in scientific advice meetings with our national regulatory authority, the Paul-Ehrlich Institute, and found a solution to combine in silico and cell-based and cell-free assays to look for off-targets, and validated them then in amplicon sequencing. And you see one example here. So we see on-target, but not relevant off-target sequence editing in our final product. Maybe I skipped this one. So basically, afterwards, we applied for a clinical trial now with 4 different doses, using also the already presented reciprocity design. And we go further down as opposed to the wild-type Treg from our previous trials, because we may have a higher potency here, and also go down with 0.25 million cells per kilogram. And also plan to wean those patients down to monotherapy. And based on this, we also applied for the ATMP pilot program, and we are very grateful to get guidance on the development of a basket trial to try out our product in parallel in different indications of solid organ transplantation. And we are developing this now with statisticians and getting feedback. Furthermore, I want to raise the platform technology approach design. Yes? Okay, because I was told that I had 15 minutes. Okay, it was in the program, but
Try to complete.
okay, yeah, sure. So the questions, how we can actually apply this also to antiviral T cells and different specificities of antiviral T cells. And as a summary, we had challenges, of course, with the starting materials, certification of the collecting site, appropriate process design, then establishing novel standards for specific materials included in novel processes, finding appropriate techniques to demonstrate safety and address concerns about novel tools, then the question of appropriate potency assays and also finding alternative clinical trial designs for novel products and how to handle platform technologies in the context. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your nice presentation. So again, let's try to save all of the question either here in the room or online for the final part of this session. We're now going to introduce the third speaker. It's the time to hear the SME perspective with Alexander Natz, please. So Alexander is Secretary General of the European Confederation of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs, EUCOP in Brussels, and he advises innovative pharmaceutical and biotech companies in regulatory and pricing and reimbursement matters from the EU law and German law perspective. He has former experience as lawyer in management, entry agreement and licensing of pharmaceuticals. So you have the floor, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Barbara. It's a great pleasure to be here to represent the perspective of smaller and mid-sized companies. Most of you might not be aware of the trade organization which I'm representing here, which is EUCOP. It's a trade organization based in Brussels. We have 160 plus innovative pharma and biotech companies, many of them in the field of rare diseases and many of them also in the field of cell and gene therapies, tissue engineering products. So what we're discussing here today is very important for us, and we have been dealing very much with issues, not just the regulatory issues in ATMPs, but also we have been dealing very much with issues like access in ATMPs and also reimbursement for ATMPs, which is very often an issue. I found it very interesting here to hear before what can be achieved at the hospital level, and I think it's really important that we keep the innovation alive in the hospital setting to make sure that this innovation reaches either smaller companies or bigger companies, but reaches actually the patient, whether it's in the hospital setting or whether it's in the setting of a pharmaceutical company is not so relevant. The first and foremost, the thing is important to really make sure that innovation reaches the patient. On the other hand, we have also seen that in Europe we have a framework, and I think a lot of credit goes to the legislation, goes to the European Medicines Agency, to the national competent authorities. We have a framework that also allows for ATMPs to reach patients based on a full marketing authorization. So we have seen that innovation comes to Europe. We have seen that basically all ATMPs, be it in the CAR T cells, be it in SMA indications and other indications, have been launched in Europe. We have also seen that we had a failure in beta thalassemia, where the company came to Europe and left again for pricing and reimbursement reasons. We've also seen, and I think that's very important, and I want to put that also a little bit in the center of the discussion, that when it comes to ultra-rare diseases, we also have to move the patient where the center is, and very often this means crossing borders. I have very much in the back of my mind the situation about ADA SCID and Strimvelis, where patients could only be treated in Milan, in San Raffaele Hospital, and where patients from all over Europe had to go to Milan to actually receive treatment. And I think this is really where we have legislation in place in the EU, the cross-border healthcare legislation, but it doesn't really work very well when it comes to highly specialized treatments, when it comes to advanced therapy medicinal products. This is where we need to get better, and this is where we're having discussions at the Brussels level to make sure that patients can actually travel to get treatment in other countries. It's an issue which is ongoing for some years, but it's a very important issue that we make sure that patients can travel to the centers of excellence, because it is not only about the CAR T cells, obviously, when it comes to ultra-rare diseases. There's just a lack of expertise in some centers, maybe even in Germany, Austria, but also bigger countries like France might not have the treatment centers to treat those patients. So we need to make sure that patients can get to the centers and can actually get reimbursement in those centers where the center of excellence is. So we need to move patients from one country to the other. I think it is really important that we have a collaborative approach to funding and reimbursement, because where we do see failures, and I come back to that example of beta thalassemia, is at the level of funding, where there's not enough funding available for those treatments, where the payers, be it in AIFA, be it in GKVSV in Germany, would say this is too expensive, we're not willing to reimburse it. And I think here we need to be creative. We have seen over the last few years that also companies are willing to give guarantees, work with pay-for-performance models, with outcome-based guarantees, that actually also the risk of the payers is somewhat hedged, that the payers have a certain guarantee that there is a duration of effect, because this is what we hear all the time when we go and speak to payers and HTAs. What about the duration of effect? No one has data for the next 10 or 20 years to show effect in these type of therapies, and this is to a certain extent normal. So how can we have mechanisms in place that the payer would get some money back, payback guarantees, annuity models, and so on and so forth? This is something which is key to make sure that we will have access to those therapies. A lot of discussion, and I will come to that point, also in Brussels, is about the hospital exemption. I think it's a bit of a thin line. How do we make sure that also we develop products into a full marketing authorization, while at the same point in time allowing for further step innovations at the hospital level? We have heard two very important examples here in the field of oncology. So this is something I'd like to touch upon in a minute. But when we look at the approvals, the approvals of the European Commission over the last few years, we see an increasing trend. We have, is it 4 CAR T cells now that are approved by the European Commission? We have quite some products which come to European markets, and I think this is very positive. This is also due to the innovative tools which are in the EU legislation, be it the PRIME tool, which is used quite frequently for innovation, to make sure that there is a full attention in the EMA for an innovative product, be it the conditional marketing authorization and other regulatory instruments which are used quite frequently to make sure that we are getting these products to the market. There is a big discussion in Brussels about affordability and availability. I touched on 2 points already. I don't want to get into the details. So we really have to get better in moving patients to the center of excellence, because actually it's a shame that it was not possible in the long run to treat ADA SCID patients in Milan, and the product has been withdrawn from the market. We need to prevent these type of situations from happening in the future. So access is key in the discussion in Brussels about the general pharmaceutical legislation, also access when it comes to advanced therapy medicinal products. The other issues around the pharma package have briefly been, or around ATMPs have briefly been discussed, which is the SOHO legislation, which has been passed by the legislature in Brussels earlier this year. No, I can't see the slides anymore. No, it works again. And there is one important thing on the agenda in Brussels, which is platform technologies, which is really a new and innovative concept where we are rather authorizing, and this is quite new from the regulatory perspective, not a product, but a technology, so that based on that technology, different mutations can be treated, which is very new, I would say, to the regulators probably. It's very new to also the EMA and the people in Brussels, but it's something which can be very important, especially when it comes to personalized treatments, because no company and maybe also the hospitals are not able to go the full mile to a full marketing authorization, to full regulatory and reimbursement approval just for 1 or 2 patients. So we need to find solutions to make sure that if we have data to show that in a certain mutation, a certain technology works, that we can also make draw conclusions for other mutations. And this is probably able, we will probably be able, based on the platform approach, to do this. So that's a concept which can be very relevant, especially when it comes to personalized medicine. It's a regulatory concept, and we would probably need the same for the pricing and reimbursement setting. I'm looking at time. I just wanted to say a few words about the hospital exemption, which has always been in the center of the debate in Brussels. And I must say that sometimes it's way too much black and white. I think the hospital exemption is very important to generate innovation from the hospital level. I must also say that, and I'm also working as a lawyer in Germany, there are companies using the hospital exemption for having for getting a proof of concept on their product, but at the same time they are conducting clinical trials to get a full marketing authorization maybe 2-3 years down the line. A bit what you described from the hospital setting, the same is happening from the SME company's perspective. So the hospital exemption, in a way, if it is clearly distinguished from the clinical trial setting, and that's not always that easy, which patient is is included in the clinical trial and which patient would get the hospital exempt product, but the hospital exemption can also, from the SME perspective, be very positive for innovation, showing a proof of concept for new innovative products, be it in the tissue engineering phase, in knee replacement therapies, or be it in cardiovascular indications where we see a new wave of ATMPs and tissue engineering products coming. So it's really important to be not too much black and white about the hospital exemption. I would also want to mention that there are, of course, many companies which are saying we have been going the full mile with EMA approval, with all the EU HTA in the near future, which will come into place on the 12th of January next year for ATMPs. So we're going the full mile, we're generating all the data, we're subject to price negotiations with all the payers in Europe. And then we have someone with a hospital exemption to do actually the same thing, but just on a cheaper price tag, which is a controversial issue. I wanted to say that very clearly. If someone is generating all the data, we should also value that there is a full marketing authorization with more data, and that there is also the full data generation in the context of the EU HTA and the pricing and reimbursement procedures. So that's a bit the discussion which we're having in Brussels, but I wanted to close on a very positive note. This is our paper on the hospital exemption. There will be a meeting, by the way, in Brussels, I think on Thursday next week, on the 21st of November, to discuss the future of the hospital exemption with the European Commission. And I wanted to end on a positive note to say we've seen in examples from hospitals, and I can also repeat that from the SME, from the smaller company perspective, that the hospital exemption can be very useful, but we have to also take into consideration if we have fully approved medicines in exactly the same indication, some people would say, let's give priorities to those products, but only in the approved indication as it is approved by the European Commission. So that's my part, to bring in a bit the industry perspective, to paint a bit of a more reimbursement-focused, access-focused picture. Thanks very much for inviting me, and I think I have one slide on alternative payment models, which are very important here in Italy, I know, but I skipped it for the interest of time. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, and I'm sure we will come back to some points later on in the discussion. I'm very much interested in the aspect of cross-border trials that you touched on. Thank you. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our last speaker, giving the industry perspective. Marcello Catani is, and I will skip the middle part, has been the president and general manager of Sanofi Italia and Malta since 2020, and has been the president of Pharma Industria, I hope that was correct, since July 2022. So over to you, Marcello, please.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. Please, sorry for my late arrival, but unexpected personal health mishap this morning was affected me, but I was really thankful for this kind invitation from AIFA, and that's really what we need to do together with the sponsorship between AIFA and EMA to address the relevant matters regarding ATMPs. Being very quickly, Pharma Industria is the Italian trade association of the pharmaceutical companies, encompassing around 200 companies between Italian-owned and multinational and foreign-owned companies. The mix is quite unique across Europe. It's 60% multinational companies and 40% Italian-owned. But the strengths are significant and along the value chain. That means from R&D to clinical research and obviously manufacturing. Italy, all in all, is the first manufacturing champion in Italy in terms of value of production and mostly export, and is the champion in Europe, and so overtaking and overpassing as well US pharmaceutical export across the last 4 years. So we have, I guess, something good to do. And of course, we are really focused on the country, really focused on the Europe environment from the healthcare policy perspective through the industry attractiveness, R&D, competition, and of course, the big competition around the talents, which means not only, from the science, not only from the regulatory and access and health economics, but mostly what is ongoing right now is to address really critical skills around digitalization and AI to be and to stay competitive. So looking to ATMP perspective across the world, we have a very clear truth accordingly to the numbers, to the figures. And the global outlook is posing North America and Asia has the best place in which to address, foster research and translation, and of course, the journeys to reach the patients from the clinical perspective through the possibility to address the cure, of course. And Europe is struggling not only for ATMPs, but in general for industry competitiveness and a way to address the high-tech innovation. And probably in our space, so the pharmaceutical industry, the ATMP environment is the meaningful paradigm of this shift across the world from the US to China, and we will see some figures, and to Asia as the big environments in which to foster the most attractive innovation. And you can see in this picture how the dominance from US is still unchallenged, I would say, and how the rapid growth of Asia is really a moment of truth, because today for us there is not only the Asia cluster to address the matter of innovation around TMPs, but there is an enlargement to other places like Singapore, like Emirates, like Saudi. And so the science and the skills and capacity to address the science challenges is moving quite rapidly across the world. And Europe is struggling. And of course, the private investments, the private challenges to address those level of cost investments are keys for making ATMPs coming at the bed of the patients. You can see now the split between all the clinical phases and by region, and again how is impressive is the growth of the Asia part of the world, and so the knowledge and the ability to combine between the science and between the healthcare providers to develop this meaningful technology, and moving, far away from phase 1 to the value clinical trials chain, the shift is even more meaningful and addressing less and less Europe centrality to that innovation. This is honestly not surprisingly to me, looking to the growth of cell and gene therapies trials by China in a way that China did only one thing, declared a clear strategy to address the biopharma and biotech capacity into that region and investments. So there is a meaningful coherence in that, and what is happening now is an incredible acceleration to take really, I would say, a market share in dominance in that, and we must be really, respectful at one hand, but also really cautious, because President Xi Jinping declared that is an economic war around biotech, medicines, and pharmaceutical innovation to foster IMP protection, so the patent exclusivity, in a way of being really challenging with the US, and Europe is in the middle, trying to shortening IMP, and so declaring the failure and the defeat against the world. And so we need to take a great opportunity right now with a new commission, a new parliament, to revert this ideological trend coming from this, I would say, Green Deal since the beginning of the last commission, and to foster as well not only the matter of innovation, the attractiveness for the science, because we lost 25% of the investment compared to US since 2000, but to have a new framework of policy coming from the Commission, coming from the European agency, to be flexible, quick, and I would say competitive with the other agencies and the other places around the world. And so, favorable regulatory environment and framework, simplification, because our regulatory chain between EMEA and the local agency is, there is another layer compared to the US, of course, but we need to be really synchronized, flexible, and agile together, and especially looking to what is coming for the joint clinical assessment, I would say from early next year. Funding, the capital allocation is key, and as you know, we got 2 meaningful reports that should pose the base for the new commission from President Mario Draghi around competitiveness, addressing a lot about pharmaceutical industry strategic relevance, and as well Enrico Letta addressing much more than a market to say around the R&D innovation as the 5th freedom. So the point is very clear around those focus and the way to have a high ambition, high strategic vision, and the coherence between the ambition and the ability to execute from all the perspective. And there is a clear trend in a way to help innovation coming. And if we are looking for ATMPs, the overall approvals across Europe, there is a gap. And so we need to look through those data and to critically and to find out the way to be compelling and to probably seed for a new way of working, because having innovation is freedom for the citizens, and to raising the bar in a way to address unmet medical needs. And we need to be really clear do we want innovation or not? Do we want the investments, affordability for innovation or not? If not, innovation will not come to Europe. That's very clear. And again, this picture is showing the differences across European countries in terms of innovation, access for ATMPs by the local agencies, and I would say Italy is in the first position, and so quite, I would say, in line with France, but there is something to do more, and the agency is doing a great work to set the standards, to set the way of working, to be faster, to be flexible, to be accessible for the innovation. And the industry would like to be part of this journey because in the first and in the end there are the citizens, right? And we would like to have in Italy, like the other European countries are coming from every surveys, citizens would like to have health and innovation coming by health, mostly after the pandemic resolution. And, you know, there are many or specific topics to work on, and I would say the European Commission proposal for a reduction of the CAT, the Committee for Advanced Therapy. This can be an issue, of course, a trouble, and to have this kind of uncertainty. And we are still siloed in a way to make assessments or for ATMPs projects. And of course, there is the way to foster the knowledge, approvals, regulations across the 20 different countries and places across Europe, and mostly toward the top innovation in healthcare that is made by ATMPs. And so the commitment is, I would say, really clear there for everyone who is working in this space. But there are other points of work related to the fees, the MEA fees, and the reduction for this will be not longer available for the incentives, right, for making ATMPs, and this is, of course, a negative point for us. And the hospital exemption is another piece of work. And again, for the challenges from the SOHO regulation for allogenic cell-based products is another point of work. And so, closing my intervention, I would say our strengths are very clear. We have a meaningful university-based research across Europe. We have meaningful talent strengths, but they are under competition by the other regions across the world. And we have probably a negative point that we are really conservative in terms of policies rather than flexible and competitive. And so looking to the benchmarks is a key for the future. And President Draghi was really clear, but my humble opinion, probably Europe doesn't know or doesn't need to have Mario Draghi or Enrico Letta reports, because if we are looking to the macroeconomic trends or the geopolitical situation, again, not only for the sake of that two dimensions, but for healthcare, we are the losers. And so our strengths should be even more reinforced, thanks to the collaboration between the Commission, EMEA, and the local agencies, and capitalizing on our legacy, sure, but changing the rules. If not, Europe, as the trends are posing, will be no longer the place for that meaningful innovation, not for the industry, I would say, but for us as citizens. Thank you very much for the attention.
So thank you, Marcello, for another very inspiring presentation. I think that now, Marianne, we can get started with the discussion for this session and take any question in the room or either via Slido. Any immediate question from the audience in the room? Alessandro, please. Can we give a mic to Alessandro, please?
You know, I would like to thank Alexandras for highlighting the case of Streamvalis, and it's a paradigmatic one. I think Celeste Scotti from Teleton will mention is just a clarification that was not withdrawn from the market because it was actually the licenses got back to Fondazione Teleton and the marketing authorization was transferred to Teleton, so it's been always in the market. And patients are continue to be treated under the not-for-profit scheme of Teleton. But thank you. That's really a case that is very important for the whole community, I think. Thank you.
Thanks very much for clarifying. Good point.
Further questions in the room? Andrea, please.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And I would like to go back to the prototype of the academic experience that has been reported and ask two questions to Franco, to Leila. The first one, how it is important, the IP protection in this developing, because this is a crucial issue. It does reflect the tendency of researchers to, let's say, in Europe, to say, okay, that's a fantastic scientific achievement, and did you get it first? And the second question, who is covering, at least a strategic view, what is called in the economy field, the Death Valley development of the early development because you clearly pointed out the cost for each patient and the cost of a trial. Who is going to cover that? Private funding, public one? And these are the crucial questions, but the filing of the IP and defining who is going to cover that, at least the challenge, even to make SME or even company interested later on to have a market authorization of the product. But the two issues are, in my opinion, crucial. Thank you.
Yeah, so we actually got IP for the strategy, and this is currently covered by our university and some third-party funds that we have. And also the first human trials are covered by university and public funding at the moment, but we only get like 1 to 2 million euros per trial, which is not enough, and we cover up with this with other projects. And going beyond is not possible, at least for us. I don't know how it is here, but then we would need either patent licensing or like companies to step in to provide more money, because it's simply not possible for us to cover all the costs.
So many thanks, Andrea, for both questions. The answer to the first one, namely that on IP protection, it's really crucial, and we proceeded along this direction for our GD2 car product. For the cost, you could ask me before mentioning the multi-center phase 2 trial, which funds were available for covering the cost so far. And I am very transparent in saying that they derive from grants that we got from several agencies, including AIFA for the independent research call, or the Italian Ministry of Health or university research, the European Union for the Horizon 2020. For running the trial that I was alluding to, for a phase 2, the cost is approaching 9 million euro. And again, for being transparent, we consider it even a phase 3 clinical trial because scientifically it was certainly more attractive having as control arm chemotherapy plus the approved anti-GD2 monoclonal antibody. But at the end of the day, the final cost estimation approached 30 million euro, totally unaffordable for an academic institution. And we are applying for other grant calls exactly to get the resources. And what has been mentioned by Marcello for the China, namely the availability of funds for supporting the activation of academic clinical trial could be a sort of mechanism to try to overcome the obstacle that, in my personal view, is certainly the most important one. Then you can address the issue of importation and shipment of drug products across borders, but certainly the affordability and sustainability of these trials in an academic center is the main obstacle. And again, I already mentioned this, but let me repeat that the interaction with the regulators, in my personal experience, was not good, was excellent, simply excellent, because they understood the particular setting of an academic trial, their medical need, they advise us. And also I was glad to hear the presentation of Alexander addressing the issue of the hospital exemption. And as an academic person, I fully agree that the right and appropriate setting is that of treating patients when there is no commercially approved drug product and no active clinical trial. And again, the interaction with AIFA allowed us to demonstrate proof of concept, and sorry for introducing also this element, to save lives of patients, for example, for the CAR T-cell trial in TALL, while activating a formal clinical trial that then started. And in the regulator's shoes, obviously, after 3, 4, 5, 6 patients, I would ask, at which point are you in the preparation and activation of a clinical trial?
So thank you, Franco, for your reply. Okay. Any further question? Ilona, please, can you briefly introduce yourself?
Ilona Reichel, I am a quality assessor at the Austrian agency, and I'm currently the CAP chair. I think the discussion is very complicated because there are so many different perspectives, and I think in the discussion of how we get best the products to the patients, we can only achieve the optimum if we listen to all aspects. And so we've talked about cost, but I think for me, the core of the discussion is having adequate standards of products. We want safe and efficacious products, and that needs to be the core of it. You can then have a discussion of, because what I'm experiencing is a discussion purely based on cost, ignoring the data standing behind those respective developments. Because obviously the cheapest product is the one that doesn't have any data behind it. But that's not what we should be aiming for. And I think that needs to be part of our considerations. How do we make the development process most effective? But also, and that's the other side of the medal, because here we are all people who are dedicated to developing products with the appropriate standards, but we need to be able to do enforcement. So therefore, if we are ultra flexible, we will never be able to discriminate the good from the not so good or bad. And in my experience, those countries that are successful at the moment in Europe in promoting innovation are the ones that actually have rules, that have standards, and that make sure that there are enough funds available to develop these products according to these standards. And I think that that's very crucial to mention. And so therefore, the answer will always be somewhere in the middle. It'll never be the optimum for one of the stakeholders. It will always be in the middle, and we need to strive for that. And we can only do that if we have those conversations. And just to say, FDA has a slightly different classification of ATMPs as well. So there are some products that in Europe would be under SOHO that are running under ATMPs, which at least partially, it's not an excuse, but at least partially explains the different numbers of authorization procedures. Thanks.
So any immediate reactions from the speaker? Okay, go ahead, Marcello, please.
So thank you very much for that point. Honestly, we cannot look at the way out for Europe not combining together the level of investments, so the capital allocation, because innovation is an investment, are investments and costs. The matter is there, obviously. If not, the technology, the skills, the capacity to be at the forefront is not addressable. The matter to be flexible, that means times and timelines. So we need the standards. We need to stay ahead of the standards because from innovators like academia or universities or companies, the mission is to go ahead of the standards, to raise the bar, right, in terms of innovation. And the flexibility is to receive this innovation by the rules, by the policies in a very time-efficient manner, and to reduce as much we can, not the standards, but the layers, the bureaucratic layers. That means to the assessments, that means the country approvals and processes in which we are all committed with the agency here in Italy to foster like a fast-track approval, I would say, especially and the most for this meaningful and innovative technology, of course. But that's really interesting, the latest question on the screen. In our opinion, we need to be, so Italy is the land of fragmentation. We have 21 regions, 21 healthcare systems with the good and the bad. And the bad is bureaucracy, is I wouldn't say conflict of interest, but yes, a conflict of interest or priorities, right? And we need to combine at the European level as much we can to be faster, to be less bureaucratic. And but you know, as you know, there are big points in discussion for the Commission, for the European Commission, addressing you know, the Pact of Stability, in which healthcare is a cost or an investment. This is the big point and the big elephant in the room. We are thinking that is the best investment that we can do together between companies, academia, hospitals, for you know, the citizens, honestly. And but you know, figures are telling a good story to you know, to keep the good, but as well to try to solve and to say, is that a blame to say healthcare must be competitive in Europe? Ethically competitive. And so we need technology, data, and science, but to make and to close those gaps, we need investments, for sure. And I'm closing here. Italy is still a country in which the public funding of R&D is the lowest. 1.5 of you know, the overall GDP. And this is an issue. This is an issue. The public funding for innovation.
May I raise a follow-up question, please, Marcello? Two, actually. The first one, you were talking about timelines. Where do you see which part of the accumulation of timelines do you see the most critical one, and where should, according to your opinion, be the focus on?
First, at the agency level in Europe, to be really faster and having a clear benchmark with FDA. And then we have, of course, 27 countries, right, in which we have widespread differences from, I would say, 0, Germany, or close to 0, a couple of months, till more than 2 years. And of course, there are economical reasons in there. But one big freedom should be, and the European Federation of the Pharmaceutical Companies was, pointing out many times, in order to have a different strategy for the most economical developed countries in Europe, and so to have a different pricing levels, but one commitment should be to keeping all the regional agency at the same point of the approval. This would be in the direction to make the citizens at the same level across Europe.
Okay, so your point is the timing to get the reimbursement, not so much at the beginning of the story.
At the beginning, in terms of CHMP opinion or approval, European approval, and then between that timeline and the country ones. So to reduce, all in all, the timelines.
Okay, so I understood from your intervention that the reimbursement part is the most burdensome one. Okay, thank you. That's a clear answer. And then I forgot my second question. So so you wanted to come back on the quality, and then we need to ask a few more questions on other topics.
I really appreciate the comment on the quality, and again, if I can share some personal view and experience. We have been inspected since the request of authorization for manufacturing CAR T-cell 3 times in 6 years, and every time it was certainly a challenging experience, but we certainly at the end of the inspection were improved, and we got benefit from the advice, remarks, and observations. So quality is crucial, even more in the perspective that is certainly becoming, popular in the academic community of the decentralized manufacturing, because the idea could be that of trying to improve the number of patients through the mechanism of the decentralized manufacturing. But it is pretty obvious that homogenization, standardization of the approach is key. And this is another important aspect to work together. Last comment, to avoid the redundancy of cost, the other personal view that I have is that of creating a sort of network of the academic institutions interested to the development of ATMP, exactly for avoiding the repetition of the same studies, but maybe creating a sort of synergy in which the institution can even imagine to share products.
Thank you, Franco.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So just quickly reflecting on this quality point, I wanted to also mention that we heard a lot, I think, by the last presenter about Europe and where we can get competitive. And I think where we're really good in Europe is we really have university hospitals, centers, and expertise, which we should really use. That's a benefit of Europe. I'm not saying we're the best in the world, but we are very competitive in this space. So I would feel it's a bit of a shame if we don't use that. So, and clinical trials should get priority. We heard from a regulator, we heard from a clinician. For me, very clear rules also how we play with these cascade of clinical trial, hospital exemption, marketing authorization. And I think that is a very clear guidance and a very important guidance to say giving priorities for clinical trials, giving priorities in the label of the approval because there is more data for the fully approved medicine. I think that's clear. And I think where it really becomes from our perspective, and I think that needs to be communicated also to payers, because where it's really getting complicated is when payers join together to say, well, let's do it cheaper on the basis of the hospital exemption. Using the hospital exemption as a cost containment tool to say, like, we can do CAR T cells in the same indication of the 4 approved medicines for 50K, 60K, whatever, that's negative for innovation, and this is not the quality which we wanted to have, and this is also, that will backfire if we only do it in the hospital setting. But apart from that area, I think the boundaries have been very clearly spelled out in this meeting from the regulator perspective, from the clinical perspective, and I think that's a very important take-home message for me.
So thank you very much. I have question myself, probably for Alexandra again, and also Marcello may intervene on this since you touched upon this issue in your presentations. So we heard a lot about the hospital exemption, and we all know that it's, let's say, a valuable tool in order to provide medicinal product to patients in specific situations, I would say. But it's a national provision. So my question is, which are the measures that should be put forward in order to really push the availability of ATMP in an equal way, and by this I mean at the European level? In a scenario, for instance, where, as mentioned in the Slido question, so the FDA is going through a restructuring to increase the expertise and assessment capacity in the field of ATMPs, and in Europe instead we are, questioning the role of the cut. So are we going in the right directions? And could you please give your insight on this? And also Marcello, please.
No, I very much agree with the statement which was made before also from the other industry colleague that this is not moving in the right direction if we're decreasing, obviously, our capacity in a space where, as I said before, we have the know-how in the universities, we have good smaller, mid-sized companies, so we need to also keep up at the regulatory level. So that's not a good development in my opinion. There are discussions in Brussels about the national application of the hospital exemption, where I hope that to a certain extent we need to also work with national frameworks. We need to leave it to PI, to AGES, to the national institutions to apply the EU rules to the extent they see fit, in a way. Of course, there's a big discussion about what means non-routine practice and so on. Do we need to define that further? I'm not sure it gets us any further if we're getting stricter and stricter on this, as long as we are observing the rules which were set out before. So where we need to get better is really, as I mentioned before, to make sure that patients can also get treated in other hospitals and so on. Cross-border healthcare framework. That's not really working. It works when I get my teeth done. It's as simple as that, but it doesn't work when it comes to ATMPs, and that's not a very good solution. And I think this is very much about educating also the national payers that what's going to be the price for that treatment in Milan and so on and so forth. Some countries do it, others don't, but I think that's a shame, and we need to get better there.
If I may quickly react on this cross-border story, I think here this is again a very good showcase of the necessity for clear rules. If you use a cross-border trial just to avoid the clinical trial authorization in a certain member state because you think it's too burdensome, and then you put the whole burden on the patient who has to travel in addition to being exposed to a clinical trial and to undergo all the difficulties with the health security and so on at home, I think that's not the way to go. If we are talking about centers of excellence and treatments that cannot be offered elsewhere, then this is a different story. So again, here clear rules are key to the topic, I would say. Do we have to stop for coffee, or can we continue a little bit?
Just no. So I asked Marcello to intervene if you have an immediate and quick reaction, because we are running out of time, please.
Okay. So as mentioned before, between Europe and local countries, as much we will be able to reduce the regulatory touch points to make approvals in cross-boarding, we will be more effective, right? And so looking like countries like Italy or Spain with the regionalization, there is a lot of bureaucracy. And so, which is the overarching, and look into the overarching approvals and how to streamline. You know, the first action is to reduce complexity, not you know, reducing standards or quality of the approvals.
Or expertise, I would say.
Or expertise, right. We need to concentrate and elevate in general to reduce.
So thank you very much to all the speakers, the co-chair Marianne, and thank you to the audience for the questions. This session is over, and now we can go for a coffee break. We are back at 11:30 with session number 2, and thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, everybody. Can you please accommodate yourself? There are really interesting talks, so you will see in a few minutes. It's better that you can sit and enjoy them. Really close. We can, nearly, okay. If I'm really loud, just let me know, because I tend to speak really loud. So, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to the organizers to ask me to co-chair this session. My name is Joana Nuevo, and I'm the head of the Innovation Office and National Scientific Advice Unit within the Spanish agency, and I'm also a member of the European Innovation Network, and I'm really glad and happy to co-chair this session with Victoria. We were working within the European Innovation Network and above all on the STARS project, so it's a pleasure to see her here and co-chairing this session with me. I'll give the floor to you, Victoria, to introduce yourself and above all to say your surname that I can't pronounce.
Yeah, my pleasure. So my name is Victoria Starokoshko. I'm a member of European Innovation Network, as Johanna just said. I'm also a member of Scientific Advice Working Party at the EMA. I'm the chair of Paolo, and also vice chair of Hematology Working Party at the EMA, and where we see also quite some ATMP products in development, of course.
Thank you. From different sources, focusing on this session, from different sources and in all countries, we are seeing a gap between the basic research and the clinical practice. So from the regulatory point of view, we would like to reduce that gap. And we think that this gap can be reduced by collaborating among the different stakeholders involved on the development of the medicinal products. So this multi-stakeholders meeting really helped on that, and also increase the regulatory, the knowledge from the researchers on the regulatory requirements. So this session is focusing on giving an update on the available tools that the researchers has from the national level and also from the European medicine levels. There are many tools, so you are going to have the opportunity to see all of them from the coordinators at national and European level. And we will also have the opportunity to know about some funding programs that the researchers can have access to in order to develop their projects and on the ultimate goal to bring new treatment to patients. That is what we all wish.
So my pleasure to announce our first speaker. It's Valentina Cordo. She will talk about support tools and incentives from the EMA European side available to the developers of different innovation products, including ATMPs, and especially academic developers, small, medium enterprises. Valentina, she is a scientific specialist at the EMA, and she coordinates all the activities around innovation task force meetings at the EMA and also Horizon Scanning program. Valentina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And indeed, the EMA has set up different support tools, contact points for medicine developer across the whole medicine life cycle. And in the next few minutes, I would like to highlight which are the early contact points for developers, the main advice mechanism that we have set in place at the centralized level, and also highlight some incentives and initiatives that support the development of innovative medicines such as ATMPs. I will start with introducing the early contact point for developers, and I will start indeed with the Innovation Task Force, or ITF in brief, where I have the pleasure to work within the EMA. Within the Innovation Task Force, we offer developers ITF briefing meetings, which are one of the first moments where developers can actually meet the regulators and have a first brainstorming type of meeting discussing not only innovative medicinal products, but also innovative methods, technologies that can be used during medicine development. So these meetings happen at a very early stage of development, and they are intended to be way earlier than the classical scientific advice. The developers will have the chance to hear the personal opinion of different European experts in a brainstorming type of meeting that serves as a very first orientation and guidance. The meeting lasts for 1.5 hours and are offered free of charge to any type of developer. And applicants can just request an ITF meeting by sending us the ITF request form that is on the EMA website, and you can find it just typing EMA supporting innovation in Google. So the questions that developers can ask to the Innovation Task Force are quite broad. The outcome remains confidential, so it's not published anywhere. However, we performed an analysis of the past few ITF meetings in the last couple of years to sort of identify the topics that we discuss and the stage of development. As you can see from the figure, the topics really encompass different phases of medicine development, from the preclinical topics moving towards quality and manufacturing, but also some clinical questions. And it's important to highlight that in more than 80% of the cases, the applicants can receive a direct, actionable guidance from the European experts, and that will be the first step for them to continue their regulatory meetings. The second support tool and entry point that we have for innovative developers is the office dedicated to support micro, small, and medium enterprises, the SME office. The SME office at EMA assigns the so-called SME status to eligible companies, and it's quite important to receive SME designation because not only it opens the floor to different dedicated regulatory support tools, such as the SME briefing meetings, where companies can actually discuss their regulatory strategy with EMA. They can discuss, for example, the eligibility to some other EMA procedures, but also it offers fee incentives for several EMA procedures. The SME office also offered dedicated trainings, webinars. There was also recently an info day at the EMA and newsletter to keep smaller companies informed about the latest development. Furthermore, the EMA has also a framework for collaboration and interaction with academia from 2017. And the aim is really to promote the translation of academic research into tangible outcomes, either innovative medicinal products or novel methodologies that can be used during drug development. And it's also, this framework also set up real collaboration among academic researchers and regulators, especially in those areas of regulatory science where relevant gaps are still present. Academic developers can also benefit from some incentives, and I will highlight them across the presentation. We have also dedicated email address for academic developers who would like to reach out to EMA. Academic developers can benefit from academia briefing meetings. These are really low burden entry meetings with the regulators where academic developers can really discuss their challenges, but also their plan for developing innovative products. This type of meetings can also be reiterated in time as a follow-up. And we really do see it as a bilateral exchange among academic researchers and regulators to listen to the challenges that you are encountering and identify any gap that needs to be filled. That's why the EMA is also updating their list of regulatory science research needs to promote investigation in regulatory science. A new initiative will be launched at the beginning of 2025, will be a joint HMA-EMA initiative, and it's a European platform for regulatory science research. And if you would like to know more about the regulatory science research needs and the European platform, the EMA has organized a webinar that will take place next Monday called Advancing Regulatory Science Research, where these two projects will be presented. Of course, we are here today discussing the development of ATMPs, and there are dedicated activities to ATMP developers. There are two main mechanisms that developers can use at EMA. So first of all is the classification. Developers can consult the EMA Committee for Advanced Therapy, the CAT, to actually confirm that the product they are developing can be classified as ATMP. And for SMEs, so smaller companies, there is also a possibility of having a certification of the preclinical and quality data. And these mechanisms are quite important to identify any potential issue at an early stage so that you don't have to wait at the moment of a submission of a marketing authorization procedure to meet the regulators. I will now move to the main two advice mechanisms that the EMA has set in place. The first one is the scientific advice. Through scientific advice, the regulators can offer advice on how to meet regulatory and scientific requirements in the development of novel medicines. Developers can ask questions about how to manufacture novel drugs, how to test them both in a preclinical setting but also in clinical trials. And it's important to highlight that scientific advice is prospective in nature, so it's not a pre-assessment of the data gathered so far. It's just an advice on how to gather robust evidence that will be used for the marketing authorization application. And the scientific advice is provided by the Committee for Medicinal Products for Human Use on recommendation of the Scientific Advice Working Party. The second advice mechanism is the qualification of novel methodology, and as the name said, is a procedure to actually guide the development of novel methods and technologies that can be uptaken in medicine development. Examples of novel technologies that can be qualified are novel biomarkers, surrogate endpoints, a new imaging method, or a new in vitro assay to predict, for example, toxicity. And any type of developer can apply for a qualification procedure, and the outcome can be either initial qualification advice in case of a not fully mature development. So you will receive a recommendation on how to further proceed to qualify your methodology, and this outcome is confidential. In case of a mature development, the applicant will receive a qualification opinion provided again by the CHMP on recommendation of the Scientific Advice Working Party on the acceptability of the use of the proposed methodology in a specific and well-defined context of use within research and development. And this qualification opinion will be published on the EMA site. It will be publicly available so that it can be uptaken by medicine developers. About initiatives supporting innovative medicinal products and their development, you have heard already about the priority of medicine, the PRIME scheme, offered by EMA to support medicinal products that target unmet medical needs. Kieran explained the benefits and how to enter this scheme. So it's a unique chance to have a guided regulatory support and optimized robust data generation. And last but not least, there is a chance for SME and academics to be eligible for PRIME scheme at an earlier stage compared to other sponsors. So we really encourage developers to apply for the PRIME scheme. Last but not least is the orphan designation for medicinal products that actually target rare disease. And for rare disease, we mean those diseases that affect less than 5 people in 10,000 in Europe, and diseases that are life-threatening or chronically ill and debilitating patients, for which there is no satisfactory method for its diagnosing or prevention, not even for treatment. And developers of medicine that obtain organ designation can benefit from a dedicated scientific advice procedure called protocol assistant. Moreover, academic developers that are actually developing an orphan drug can benefit from protocol assistance actually free of charge. So coming to a conclusion, I know you have heard a lot of information, but it's important to us to highlight that we are trying really to promote research and innovation by supporting developers in every step of the way along the medicine life cycle. And we actively try to engage with those sponsors who actually need the most support, such as SMEs and academics. And here at the EMA, we're also trying to be in contact with other European initiatives. We actively collaborate with innovation offices also across the European Union. An example is the European Innovation Network that will be introduced by the second speaker. So we try to optimize as much as possible the available support for medicine development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valentina, for this clear presentation and for raise awareness about the support from the European Medicine Agency to researchers. Now the second talk will be focused on the support given by the national competent authorities and from the European Innovation Network that is composed by representatives from the different national competent authorities and the Innovation Task Force, and also on the support to innovation. So this talk will be given by Eleonora Agricola. Eleonora currently holds a position at the Italian Medicine Agency Innovation Office. She's a member of the European Innovation Network and the Big Data Steering Group. And she's also one of the responsible for organizing this meeting, so thank you for that. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you everybody, and good morning. So I would like to start this talk, say, fasten your seatbelt and get ready for a travel among Europe. But I'm afraid that the journey we are going to have won't be exactly like your summer vacation, but believe me, I will be my best to make enjoyable this travel among Europe. So, Europe and regulators. That simply means European Medicine Regulatory Network. That is including not only EMA, that we are talking about a lot this morning, but also HMA and the national competent authorities. That, as a regulator, we always call NCA. And NCA is the focus of this talk. I'm here to talking about how we support innovation. But please, when you think about national competent authorities, please don't think about something single, closed, and separate entities. It's better you to think something like that. This is simple because among NCAs, there are a lot of active collaboration and integration of activities across the regulatory network. Among the NCAs, there is a lot of cross-contamination. We are sharing knowledge with joint activities on diverse and transverse topics to ensure alignment, avoid duplication, with the final goal to make Europe more attractive and more competitive for medicinal product development. So I'm here, as I said, to highlight how the NCAs can support innovation. But to do that, I would like you to look at the topic from a complete different perspective. And I want to let you understand how the entire network supports innovation. But please, look at this topic from a different perspective angle. And I want to discuss with you what the European Medicine Regulatory Network is not for innovation. The network is not an obstacle, is not a break. Why? The reason of that is really, really simple. The final goal of the network is to guarantee timely access to innovation to all the patients. And to do that, we are claimed and we are here to support regulatory, to give regulatory and scientific support to all developers in the European innovation ecosystem since the early phase of development. But of course, we are a regulator, so we have to enable innovation, guarantee that innovation can be compliant with all the regulatory requirements. As you know, innovation goes fast. So it's important for regulators to keep to keep pace with innovation, simply through evolving the regulatory systems. We cannot support innovation if the regulatory system cannot evolve. And to do that, we are promoting regulatory science that Valentina talked about a lot. But in these dynamics, looking at innovation also means for a regulatory network to enhance expanding knowledge, skills, and expertise among the network. This is to still and improve the support to innovation. So we can say that there is a mutual beneficial dynamic interaction between the regulatory system and European innovation ecosystem. This concept is summarized in the strategies that is open to publication until this month. You can find a chapter on regulatory science and innovation. You will see that words like foster, support, collaboration are coupled to innovation, clinical trial, scientific advice. So don't miss this opportunity to comment on these strategies and improve the regulatory network and support of innovation. It's clear that in a smart regulation, in this evolving role, needs also smart regulation. So in 2015, the EMA-HMA has launched the European Innovation Network that Valentina and the other colleagues introduced. Very briefly, it counts now 22 innovation offices from the national competent authorities in the member states, and the EMA Innovation Task Force. The aim is, of course, to address, engage, enable research and innovation, prepare the regulatory systems, but also promote mutual exchange and interaction. So the activities of the Innovation Network are not per se, but they are integrated and embedded across the network. And we are, in our daily activities, across the work from other working parties and groups, where innovation is one of the domain of their mandate, but also the innovation is a topic coming into their daily activities. So now I'm going to introduce you all the activities and tools that at national level, but also in the European Innovation Network, are established and launched and promoting to support innovation. But please bear in mind that even if these activities are either launched by Innovation Network or NCAs, they are informative and complement the activities of the other actor of the regulatory system. And we can simply define these activities like observation, listening, and early dialogue. But whatever these activities and tools are, the final goal is to translate the strategies, as Valentina said, into tangible outcome from the network, but also for the stakeholders, of course. And we are promoting all these activities to encourage the use of regulatory tools at national level. Okay, so the first activities I want to introduce is the European Innovation Horizon Scanning Report. This activity is not direct and targeting the stakeholders, but it's much more for the regulatory system. But I want to highlight these activities because these activities is performed through the collaboration with developers. So looking at the emerging trends of science and technologies, looking at the science into academia, for example, regulators can identify challenges and opportunities and give recommendations to the system to translate innovation into access. So here I've just reported the topics of our horizon scanning. The first two are already published. The last three will be published very soon. So National Innovation Meeting is instead an activities and a regulatory tool that is available for all the developers at national level. So they are mimic and mirror what Valentina said about the ITF briefing meeting. So it's they are initial and informal national entry point. So you applying for innovation meeting, you can discuss with regulators of the early stage of your development. So please come to us to engage, to dialogue, because we are here to support you in a very informal way. But please come here and discuss all together. And just to let you know that all this National Innovation Meeting will inform the activities of Innovation Network, but also the AMA, because of ITF briefing meeting, because with the agreement of the applicant, the case could be discussed at European Innovation Network as well. So national scientific advice. So Valentina told you about the scientific advice at national, the central level. But of course, there are activities of scientific advice provided by the national competent authorities as well. So again, posing questions to specific questions to regulators. The developers can have a guidance and direction how to perform methods and design the clinical studies to generate robust data. Again, these national activities can inform the European Innovation Network, but also the Scientific Advice Working Party. And the National Scientific Advice was the base to launch an activities of Innovation Network that is the simultaneous National Scientific Advice. This is a pilot project that is going to its end in December this year. And through this pilot project, developers can ask simultaneously scientific advice to more than one NCAs. We will present the results very soon about the success of this pilot project. But as I said at the beginning, Innovation Network activities are not per se, but are embedded in the regulatory network. And national scientific advice, simultaneous national scientific advice, is part of Priority Action 7 of the activities launched by European Commission that is called ACT-EU, Accelerating Clinical Trials, where national scientific advice, simultaneous national scientific advice, and EMA scientific advice are part of an activity to improve the offering to stakeholders of the scientific advice in Europe. So the last activities I want to mention to you is an activities that is in regard of observation, listening, and also early dialogue. And to be honest, I'm really keen on, because personally I really believe that through collaboration with regulators, with academia, developers from the early engage, we can make the difference. We can really translate innovation to medicinal product. So these activities from Innovation Network, with of course collaboration of NCAs, are targeting mainly academia, research, patient, healthcare professional. The aim is to promote regulatory awareness and knowledge of the academia in order to them to develop innovative product methodologies and technologies in compliance with the regulatory requirements. And through these activities, we encourage early engagement with regulators. So activities like meeting like the one that we are attending today, but also the project that has been finished a couple of years ago that is starts, where we specifically target the academia to increase the awareness of the regulatory support. So material are still on the website, so please go there, because you can find a lot, really. Webinar, overview of the regulatory system, current comprehensive curriculum for university to implement regulatory science. And then finally, the increased activity, where NCAs are participating to increase capacity competence of the national competent authorities, with a particular focus on innovation. Finally, just 2 words to say that AIFA is there. AIFA is dealing with innovation, participating to all the activities that I just mentioned, and also participating to International Coalition of Medicine Regulatory Agency. We participate to discussion of innovation at the international level. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Eleonora. I think you all get better and better overview of what is available there for developers. And our next speaker will be Pia Riveti Di Fal Servo. She will tackle actually the area that was highlighted by the first session also as challenging for developers of new medicines and innovative medicines, and it's HTA and the reimbursement world. And she will talk about how the new HTA regulation tries at least to tackle some of these challenges and improve processes and harmonized processes across Europe, and specifically she will focus on joint scientific consultation or joint scientific clinical assessment done by HTA bodies. Pia is assessor at the HTA and Pharmaceutical Economics Department here at the Italian Medicines Agency, and she is also the representative of the Joint Scientific Consultation subgroup. So Pia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to show the HTA perspective at this EU innovation meeting. And exactly, I will talk about the HTA regulation. And basically, I'm going to start with a couple of definitions. So health technology is anything from a medicinal product to a medical device in vitro diagnostics or procedures. And the assessment of these health technologies, what we do in HTA, is a little bit broader than what is done at the regulatory level. So we don't take in consideration only safety and efficacy, but also the relative safety and efficacy, as well as the effectiveness, appropriateness, and implementation of a health technology in a specific context and framework. So you really need to understand if it's something that is going to be useful and usable in a specific healthcare system. And this is done by assessing two domains, the clinical domain, of course, on safety and efficacy, and the non-clinical domain. Non-clinical in HTA is not the same as non-clinical in regulatory. For HTA, non-clinical is everything that is pertaining to the economical, ethical, organizational aspects of a new health technology. So basically, what we want to do, I don't know if you can see the pointer, is to evaluate if a new medicine is more effective in treating a disease and if it also represents sufficient value for money. So basically, it boils down to answering to the question, do I need and do I buy this new health technology, with the aim of having a healthcare system that has a high quality, is accessible and sustainable, which is not super easy. So far, HTA has been used here in informing pricing and reimbursement decisions at the national level. So in this path of access to the patient, you have after the European assessment, so you have the research and development, then the European assessment, and then at the national assessment, that's where HTA has been mostly used so far. And what the HTA regulation is introducing now is that we're going to have HTA in two earlier phases, the joint scientific consultations during the research and development, so very early, and the joint clinical assessment in parallel with the European assessment for marketing authorization. I would say that perhaps one of the most important questions is why do we need the European HTA? So far we've been doing it nationally, why bother? The reason, of course, lies in the heterogeneity of the countries of the member states. Not all EU countries have HTA bodies. HTA is not used in the same way in all of these countries. Somewhere there's not the capacity in terms of number of people to assess all new incoming health technologies. I would say especially in the case of advanced therapies, this is critical because they are really, really very particular and they do pose a significant challenge to HTA assessors. Also, HTA can be used for informing reimbursement decisions or pricing decisions. There's a big difference in how HTA is used for medical devices respect to medicinal products. And so this is part of the big variability. In addition to this, there's a burden that is both on the developers and on the agencies because developers need to submit several dossiers in all different countries where they want to have their product reimbursed. And all the different national competent authorities are basically assessing the same, well, not exactly the same, but very similar documentation. So there's a huge duplication of work, and this also leads to a possible variation of outcome. And we know that advanced therapies are not reimbursed everywhere in Europe. So this has a huge effect on time to patient access. So here you can see the small red triangles are the different average times to market access in different European countries for centrally authorized products. And you can see this is the axis. It's going from 0 to 50 months. It's a huge variability. And this also leads to sometimes developers choosing not to market some products in some countries. We've seen this morning earlier on that there are several countries where there are no advanced therapies reimbursed. And this is not because they were not assessed. I mean, it's not because they were chosen not to be reimbursed, but because they were not assessed to start with. So basically, the need for a European HTA has been known for many years. The European Union has fostered joint work between HTA bodies since 2006. So it's been almost 20 years of joint efforts between HTA bodies and across member states. And this has been happening under the UNETA initiative in different shapes, collaborations, joint actions, consortia. And now that we're going to have the HTA regulation, this is going to be consolidated. And the regulation is going to create a framework for joint HTA cooperation among member states with the collaboration of the EMA. And the final aim of this thing is to increase access equality for patients across Europe, to increase the efficiency of the evaluation at the national level, to increase the predictability for developers of what kind of evidence do you need in order to have a smoother process later on, and of course, in the end, to attract investments. So where are we at? We are here on the red spot. The HTA regulation came into force beginning of 2022. Now we are at the end of the preparatory phase, and the implementation phase is going to start on January 12th, 2025, with the application of the regulation to advanced therapies and cancer drugs. Later on in 2028, the regulation will apply also to orphan drugs, and then from 2030, we're going to have the full application of the regulation to all centrally authorized products. So now I just want to spend a couple of minutes to explain a little bit more in detail what are these two moments of the joint scientific consultations and joint clinical assessment. So the JSC is something that is happening very early during the development of a product. It can happen years before filing for a marketing authorization. And it can happen in parallel with the scientific advice. It can also happen self-standingly, like the scientific advice, but I think it would be a missed opportunity not to have the parallel scientific advice, because you can see that the timelines are tightly synchronized. And here, this discussion is a moment in which you have an actual discussion between the regulators from the scientific advice working party, HTA assessor from the joint scientific consultation subgroup, and the developers that are going to discuss together the details of study design aspects. Because the main goal of the joint scientific consultation is to give guidance on the study design, data, analysis, anything that is needed in order to facilitate the generation of evidence that is going to meet the requirements of the subsequent JCA that health technology is most likely going to have. So not all health technologies are going to have a JSC. There's going to be some selection. First of all, a product needs to be likely for a JCA, so this is going to follow the implementation plan. But here we talk about ATMP, so we're safe. We can start right now. But they need to be in the planning stage, so no pivotal trials must have started. Otherwise, there's just no point in discussing this at the JSC level. And then there's also going to be other points, like if the drug is addressing an unmet medical need, if it's a first-in-class in terms of mechanism, if it has a foreseen impact, high impact on patients or healthcare systems, and if it has a special relevance for EU. And so the last thing that I wanted to say, it's going to be mostly on study design aspects, so it's going to be mostly on the clinical domain of HTA, but it will be optional, so it's going to be possible, if the developer requests it, to have also non-clinical aspects discussed, so health economics and stuff like that is going to be possible. And this is, I would say, the main difference with the joint clinical assessment. The joint clinical assessment is something that is going to happen later on. As I said, it goes in parallel with the EMA assessment for marketing authorization. They start at the same day, and this first part, the scoping, is when the different member states are going to define which are the questions, the PICOs, so it's questions stated as PICOs like population, intervention, comparators, and outcomes that are going to be sent to the developer. The developer then has roughly 100 days to prepare the dossier, and then the JCA subgroup will have another roughly 100 days to draft the report. And the very important thing is that at the end, we're going to have a public JCA report on this assessment that is going to be published slightly after the EPR. So now new products are going to have 2 public assessments from the European joint work. The JCA report, so of course the EPR is going to be on the benefit risk of the product, and the JCA report is going to be a scientific analysis of the health technology's relative effects, the degree of certainty we have on that effect, and of course also limitations and strength of the evidence. It is going to be pertaining exclusively the clinical domain, as we consider that non-clinical domain is only in the remit of national competent authorities, so there will be no added value judgment, no recommendations for reimbursability or definition of place in therapy. So in conclusion, what I want to say is just to thinking back at advanced therapies, we know that they have been so far indicated for rare diseases. Their mechanism of action and their characteristics made it so far that we've had mostly single-arm trials, very low number of patients enrolled, relatively short follow-ups if you consider the duration of the effect these therapies should have, and the use of surrogate endpoints. If you combine this with the exceedingly high price tags advanced therapies come with, you can understand the challenge it represents for HTA bodies to assess the added value and if they're value for money. So I think that especially in this setting, the novelty that the regulation is introducing is going to be extremely relevant, as we're going to have at the JSC level an active interaction between developers, assessors, and regulators. And this is going to allow, on one side, to increase the acceptability of the research plans because they will be more shared in their design. This is also going to increase the research quality as regulators and assessors are going to set the bar high, of course, to have the best quality of evidence possible. And then at the national level, the publication of the JCA reports should allow that there is going to be more timely decisions and that are evidence-based for the evaluation of national reimbursement of these products. And in the end, we are also expecting benchmarking on the quality of evidence at the global level that is needed for informing clinical decisions. And that's it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Pia. We used to think that the HTA was really far away from innovation, but with this change with the HTA regulation and the development of the joint scientific consultation, we can see that the developers can use that since the very beginning, very early on their development. So thank you very much for bringing that information to us. From the last session, we could see that one of the main hurdles that the researchers have during their development is funding, that it was really clear from researchers, SMEs. So the next talk will be based on the funding program. On the EU for Health funding program, and the talk will be given by Giuseppe Simon. He's working at the European Health and Digital Executive Agency as a program manager for the EU for Health program, which was adopted as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic and to reinforce crisis preparedness in the EU. He's joining online, so the floor is yours, Giuseppe. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
So, first of all, thank you very much to Paolo, Eleonora, Maria for the invitation and have this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the U4Health program and about ADEA. And I think, it's very relevant that I spend few words to say who we are, because it's probably not so familiar to some of you at least. You are used to work with EMA or with other national agencies, but probably few words needs to be spent about the executive agencies, and ADEA is, I would say, the latest executive agency established by the European Commission. We were born in 2021, so during the COVID pandemic, and it was one of the response of the European institutions to the COVID pandemic. So, but what are executive agencies? Well, actually, we work hand in hand with the European Commission. So there is a clear mandate which is given by the European Commission to the executive agencies, and it is for the implementation of the programs. So on one side, the European Commission is the body responsible for the definition and the drafting of the policy, for establishing the funds that will be used in order to implement them, and therefore also for drafting the work programs. But then the implementation of the work programs is entrusted and is delegated to the executive agencies, and as well as the management of the funded projects. So from that moment on, basically, the role is for the executive agencies. As I said, there are 6 executive agencies. ADEA is the latest one. And ADEA implements the European programs and initiatives in the fields of health, digital, food, industry, and space. So in order to do that, we work, as I said, hand in hand with the European Commission and with the different directorates generals of the European Commission, and of course, in particular, for what relates to health, we work with DG Sante and with the DG RTD. So based on the programs that we manage, the vision of ADEA is boosting Europe by building from health to space, a healthy society, a digital economy, and a competitive industry. So now what we do in practice. As said, we managed basically 5 programs from the European Commission. The one which is relevant today is, of course, health. So we manage the EU4Health program, which is, let's say, developed by DG Sante, and under Horizon Europe Cluster Health, which is managed by DG RTD. Who are the beneficiaries of the programs that we implement? Well, basically, we have the entire, I would say, spectrum of potential beneficiaries. So going from industry to research institutes, in particular for what relates to the research in health, but also national and regional and local authorities or international organizations, NGOs, and so on. I will come to that later. So the project funded and the services which are purchased through the tenders procedures by ADEA cover a wide range of let's say, topics, going again from research and innovation to knowledge sharing to manufacturing, capacity building, training, and so on. This is the budget for under the current framework, so until 2027. As you can see, well, more than half of the budget of ADEA that ADEA manages is related to health. So under both EU4Health and under Horizon Europe, the cluster health. Now, going into a little bit of detail about EU4Health and in particular about the grants, well, compared to the previous health program, and in particular to the third health program, well, there has been obviously an increase of the budget, an unprecedented increase of the budget, and this is because, well, health became a priority under for the European Union. Which are the goals? And my colleague will come back to that later as well. For the EU4Health program, well, improve and foster the health in the Union, protect from cross-border serious threats to health, make medicines available and affordable, and strengthen the health systems. The recipients of, or let's say eligible entities of the funds under the EU4Health program are the EU 27 member states, but also associated countries, and are those which are listed here: Norway, Iceland, Ukraine, Moldova, Montenegro, and Bosnia-Herzegovina to date. We have different funding instruments by which we release those funds. We have the open calls, which can be for action grants, so the classical, I would say, calls for projects which are published on the funding and tenders portal, but also operating grants, which have as recipients the NGOs mainly. Then we also have direct grants, which are either for identified bodies. What does it mean? That it means that in the EU4Health program, in the annual work program, some bodies are identified, and therefore those are the direct recipients for those grants, which are invited then to prepare the proposals, or also member states and the national authorities of member states, and this includes also the joint actions. So I will briefly speak about some of them in a minute. The EU4Health program is a co-funding program, so it means that projects are not funded 100% by the EU funds, but it's a co-finance, so it means that 60% is funded through the program, while the remaining is funded by either, well, depending on the beneficiaries, so either by the private or by the national authorities. This can go up to 80% if the conditions which are on this slide are met. We work with annual work programs, so every year the Commission and DG Santé in particular prepare the annual work program for the upcoming year, and from that then we publish or we invite the beneficiaries to present the proposals. Now, this morning I took some notes and some keywords from the previous speakers, and I found very interesting that, for instance, Kirian mentioned one of the that one of the needs is the close cooperation with patients and the patient access, and then, well, this is something indeed which is at least somehow funded at the moment through the first two projects that you see here, UCAPA and HTA for Patients, which are projects aimed at empowering the patient and also to, let's say, increase their knowledge and their involvement in HTA, and also in order to make, let's say, an empowered decision making from their side. Some other things that have been mentioned this morning, well, from Maria, and in particular with the results from the survey which has been run, are the opportunities for improvement. And one of them is training, and in this I think that it certainly very well fits the increased net joint action, which is indeed aimed to increase capacity and competencies from the regulatory authorities. Here I would mention that there is, for instance, one of the deliverables that has been issued by the consortium, which is aimed to identify gaps, for instance, in the training curriculum of the assessors. And for instance, two of the gaps that have been identified are related to data protection and also to GCP, in particular for ATMPs. So I think that this shows or is an example of how the EU4Health program is funding and contributing also to the ATMPs. Also, and more in general, now talking about the joint actions as a funding instrument, I think that the opportunities for improvement that came out from the survey, in particular the discussion among regulators or the knowledge and information sharing, are those those type of activities that can be certainly successfully done through joint actions and through those kind of instruments and those kind of consortia. We have been listening also several times about the exemptions, about the hospital exemptions. In that respect, I would mention that there is an ongoing contract which is being run by ADEA, and it relates to a study on hospital exemption. it is meant to address the knowledge gaps regarding the implementation of hospital exemptions. There is an event which is planned for the 21st of November. So for those of you who are not aware about it, please have a look and you might be interested in joining it. So there is also another contract which is under preparation, and it is related also to somehow to improve the cooperation among regulatory agencies, and it is in particular related to the support of regulatory coherence across SOHO therapies with other legal framework. So this is currently being developed. The terms of reference for the contract are being developed by ADEA, and there will be the contract will be established soon with the contractor. In this slide, there are just a list of a few, let's say, open calls that we have currently published on the funding and tenders portal. Well, of course, not some of them, or perhaps all of them, are not really, let's say, focusing on ATMPs, but it is just to show where information can be found, and obviously, the invitation is to look at the annual work programs which are released by the European Commission every year, and look on the funding and tenders portal, because you may find interesting calls and interesting opportunities for funding. So this is the basically the page of the funding and tenders portal, and here there are some links to reach us, so to reach ADEA, to reach also directly via email my unit, which is in implementing the EU for Health program and the grants under the EU for Health program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, for this very nice overview, and it's so nice to see that aside, of course, investors funding, there are quite some public funding available from the European Commission to support innovation in Europe. So I hope you all made some notes and photos of the useful links. So our next speaker will be Anna Pia. I will not try to pronounce your surname. I think you will beat me in its complexity. Anna will talk about the update about the Horizon Europe funding program on ATMPs. And she works as a policy officer at the Drafting Group Research and Innovation of the European Commission since 2017. So she has already quite very wide experience in this area. So Anna Pia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to be here. I will complement, I think, the presentation that was given by Giuseppe to focus more on the research and innovation side. So this is just a very global overview of the structure of Horizon Europe. As you can see, it has quite a substantial budget attached to it, and it is essentially divided into 3 pillars. And I think that it is quite important to know that this structure reflects the type of activities that is sought out under the different pillars. So the first pillar is really looking at bottom-up fundamental or frontier research, and I think the ERC is one of the flagships under there, but also the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions are really important in one of the elements that was mentioned earlier this morning, which is skills and training of personnel. So I really think that we can't underestimate how much funding has gone into the ATMP landscape in Europe through the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. And of course, research infrastructures. The third pillar is kind of the innovation part of the program, and there we see that it's not only EIT, but also the new kid on the block, which is the EIC, and I will mention it specifically later. And the middle pillar is what is traditionally the collaborative research part of the program, and these are large-scale projects, often around 10 million, looking at funding a group of researchers who need to work together to attain a greater goal than they could do individually. So one of the things that I want to mention here is the European research area. And this morning there was a mention that in order for the EU to be competitive, we need to have a strategy and we need to have funding. And funding is important, very important, but I can't emphasize how important it is to make also a plea to your national member states to also have a strategy and have funding, because EU money can only do so much and should be, I think, earmarked for the things that need to be done across Europe. So please, call out for that too. Okay, so just a little slide here to tell you that the European Research and Innovation Framework Programme has been around for 40 years. It's a well-established framework programme, and over time has evolved. Perhaps sometimes to a more complex system, but we hope that the evolution will become more simple in the future. But there are many wonderful projects, and you can, actually the link's not here, but there is a website which describes a lot of the types of activities that have been funded and the success stories. So I will focus just a little bit on what we funded in the past, and this is really to give you a flavor with regards to ATMPs. The Commission has invested substantial amounts of money through the collaborative research part of the program, looking at ATMP development, and this goes back to FP6. So, along the realms of about 60 projects per framework program and around 300 to 350 million. I will just mention two things. One is that specific calls have targeted specific parts of the development pipeline, but really we've tried to cover all of it, and to mention the projects that were funded under Horizon 2020 really suffered because of the COVID pandemic, and we see that they incurred quite a few delays, but hopefully we've still managed to achieve some of the impact that was intended under that framework program. For Horizon Europe, well, we've got already about 225 million euros that have been invested up until 2024, and we're only halfway through. These are projects that have been funded under Pillar 2, so not including the ones under the EIC, not including the ones under ERC. So really, I think this is a very big field of interest for us, and we still have three more years to go. So I just want to give you a couple of lessons that we learned following the projects that we funded in H2020, because there were 4 consecutive years of funding projects that were going to undertake clinical research. And so what we saw is that many of our consortia really struggled to embark on this journey. And part of it was because they didn't fully grasp the regulatory landscape and the regulatory requirements that they had to abide by, jumping from preclinical to clinical settings. And here is a list of them. I'm not going to go through it, but really we also saw that the clinical trial design was such a key component to whether they were able to achieve a successful outcome in the end. And by successful outcome, I'm actually just referring to completing the study. So, it's a long journey, and people need to be aware that if you want to embark on this, you really need to take it quite seriously. So a couple of success stories. I'm doing them just to illustrate a little bit the types of work that has been funded by the program. This is a project that actually looked at CAR T cells. I think the slide describes it all, but one of the messages that I want to give from putting the slide up is that this project supported Selectis, a company that then went on to receive also EIB funding. And I think that that's kind of important to illustrate that the EU has tried to develop tools to cater to all the different elements that are needed. If you don't know what you want, where you need to go for support for what it is that you want to do, there are national contact points, and we are also here to talk and to help you figure out where you can go for more support. Another project that we funded is the EuroGCT consortium. This consortium is aiming at providing not only information on how to carry out research, whether it's preclinical, clinical, or manufacturing for ATMPs in Europe, but also has helped try and reach out to patients on what type of work is happening in a clinical setting in Europe, and also to help us with the public acceptance of certain technologies that these products are using. So a very different type of grant, but also quite equally important in the debates going around ATMPs. Finally, there's the T2 Evolve project, and here what I wanted to flag is that it is funded under the Innovative Health Initiative. This is our public-private partnership, so this is where it's a joint undertaking where industry has to co-invest as well into these projects, and I think that they are doing some very interesting work, particularly in creating the dialogue also with the EMA on types of novel approaches that could be adopted in the regulatory space. Lots of information on the slides. I'm sure you'll be sharing them. So, okay, so what's new in terms of the funding landscape? Well, STEP is a regulation that came into force in February. It's the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, and you'll probably be thinking, well, what has that got to do with ATMPs? But actually, under the economic security strategy, biotechnology was identified as a critical technology for Europe, and this is very important because this is the umbrella policy push that is needed to support the field of ATMPs. Why I think I want to mention it is because it has under its power the ability to repurpose financing across 11 existing programs that we have, and to bring all that information under one portal. So you can go to this link, you can click biotechnology, and you can see what kind of funding opportunities exist under the 11 different programs, which includes EDF, Horizon Europe, EU for Health, Invest EU, and see what exactly you can apply for. An interesting feature of this regulation is that STEP identified calls will give seals of sort of approval on projects that didn't quite get funding but were deemed excellent. And with this, you can then go to other funded programs and sort of bypass the selection process and get additional support. So I think that it's a novelty, and it's something very important for the field. EIC is also the last thing I'll mention. They have a substantial portfolio on cell and gene therapies, as you can see, and half the portfolio is dealing with health. So they are really focusing quite heavily on health research and innovation. Sorry, this slide has many different bits, but here you can see that there are three particular instruments that they have at their disposal, the Pathfinder, the Transition, and the Accelerator, and they cater to consortia as well, but also to individuals at the Accelerator stage. The important thing here is that it's blended finance. So for the Accelerator, not only do you get a grant, but you can also get equity through the EIC fund that's managed by the EIB. They provide business accelerator services, so there's really a lot of complementary activities that they provide which can help you in your product development. And finally, I just want to mention that there was a communication published by the Commission in March on biotechnology and biomanufacturing. It's a cross-sectorial policy paper, but I think it's really important also for the health biotechnology approach. It is a communication that basically summarizes the current challenges and barriers that ATMP developers, but also generally biotechnology and biomanufacturing face. And it provides about 20 follow-up actions that the Commission basically commits to doing. I think it's a very nice communication. We've worked quite extensively on it, and I think it does show where we want to go in this new commission in this field. And this is the last slide, I promise. It's about a summary of all the different activities that were promised under this communication. And I think what is very interesting is, of course, the Biotech Hub. This is a one-stop shop which will help guide companies and hopefully also academic developers in understanding the regulatory elements and processes, and also assisting them with how to scale up their innovations, and of course more dedicated funding. And I think that, as was mentioned earlier, this is a little bit the reflections that we're having. Strategy and access to finance are really important elements that will help move the field forward. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive overview about the funding programs really related with the ATMPs researchers. And thank you very much for all the speakers, the ones that you are here and online as well. Thank you so much for your great presentations, for being very clear, very comprehensive, as well as on time. That is really difficult, and you did really well and managed really grateful. So thank you for that. Now we want to give the floor to you and ask if you have any questions. Yes, Gonzalo?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Do we have...
Over in the microphone, yeah, please, thank you.
Thank you, it's working. I'm Gonzalo Calvo from Barcelona, and I have first, congratulations for the presentations. They have been really informative, all of you. Even the one online was very informative. I have a simple question because I am a simple-minded person. But I have some experience as regulator and also some experience less as HTA collaborators collaborator in Spain. And I would say that in the past, at least in Spain, there was an unstoppable tendency, I would say, an unstoppable temptation for the HTA to reassess the benefit risk of a drug. And not with the exact words, the benefit risk is negative, but okay, the effect is there, but it's modest, or the safety is worrying, so that in a way the conclusion would not be the benefit risk is negative, but we think that it is not worth the effect that we observe with the... And I hope this is not going to happen anymore with this joint project. I mean, I would like Pia to extend very nice presentation, to extend a little bit how you are coordinating yourself in order to assess the issue that you are supposed to assess, and the CHMP or the EMA relevant committee to assess what they are supposed to assess, and not reassessing, because at the end maybe ending up in a catastrophe that you have divergent positions in the benefit risk, and nothing would not be good news for the new system. I can tell that unfortunately will be one of the people that will go for the first time to this HTA assessment. We are scared, I can tell you.
Okay, so I would try not to be scared. I would try to be positive. Yeah, well, why? So yeah, this is on. The HTA is not going to reassess the benefit risk, of course. The main difference is that it's going to be a comparative assessment, and they're going to happen in parallel. So while the CHMP is going to evaluate the benefit risk, then the JCA subgroup is going to assess the responses to the PICOs. So it's going to be set in a way, the question to the developer will be, what's your population? The intervention we know, of course, is going to be your product. What is your comparator? Well, I'm sorry, maybe it's the other way around. The member states are going to say, for us, the relevant comparator should be this. The relevant outcome should be this, and we expect the population to be that. This is the question, S, because it might be more than one, that are going to be posed to the developers, and the developers will answer, and those answers will be assessed. So I don't really see in this framework a possible duplication of the benefit risk assessment. I don't know if I was...
Okay.
Yeah, we had a question
yes,
at the back. Yeah,
Alessandro Aiuti. I have a comment which I think that the effort from the EMA and national competent authorities to create this ecosystem helping developers, I think is really great. I have to say that many academic stakeholders have concern about the future cut abolishment because it gives really the opportunity to developers to interact with experts, with scientists, So I was wondering whether there will be any effort to maintain a group which has a point of contact, which has different views joined together from quality, non-clinical, clinical aspect, and aligning on views between different national competent authorities, also helping to nurture the training of evaluators and assessors. That's sort of a comment. I don't know if you want to answer, but yes.
Maybe.
I'm sorry.
Valentina, right?
And I didn't understand for who was the question.
So I don't think, yeah, indeed, I was seeing Ilona's face while hearing the comment is true. I don't think that the expertise will disappear. We still don't know how it will be structured, so I really cannot give a comment. You can.
Do we have a microphone to give?
Yes, hello. I'm Lina Kofokotsu from the European Commission, DG Sante, and I'm actively involved in the negotiations of the pharma proposal, including the new EMA governance, as we like to call this cluster. The proposal to keep only CHMP and PRAC is guided by the idea that CHMP is the scientific is the main scientific committee, but the committee will keep a pool of experts, including on advanced therapies. Right now, what you mentioned, to keep the expertise as a working party or a different structure, is a matter of negotiations. And at the negotiations, member states have the most of the power. So always the decision-making process in Europe is when there is a majority of member states supporting something, then the member state who presides, who has the presidency, right now it's the Hungarian presidency, they are proposing a compromise text with amendments, but the condition is that it must be a strong voice from member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Reassuring words. We have a question from the audience. Yeah.
Thank you. Compliments for all the presentations. I'm Maria Luisa Nolli from Europa Bio and Assobiotech. I think that for my work experience, as soon as you start evaluating HTA in the process, and I agree with you, it's beneficial for all the steps of this long journey. That's one thing. And the other one is that HTA at early, evaluating HTA at early steps of this journey is strictly related with the manufacturing process. And manufacturing process is not only to produce cells. We are, of course, the final product are cells and not a small molecule or a macromolecule like monoclonal antibodies, but is to find new tools to simplify the process and adapt to the physiology of cells. Because T lymphocytes are not like stem cells, and other type of cells or NK. So I think that this is manufacturing, the strength to manufacturing has to take this into consideration, because we have to, in order to save costs in manufacturing, we have to simplify processes and find new tools for bioreactor and so on that are related. Could you comment? Thank you.
Other speakers want to comment, or from the audience, anyone?
Well, I can just to complement a little bit what you're saying, which is, I think we are aware that this is something that needs to be addressed. Our funding opportunities under 2025 are not yet public. And I think that a lot of elements that were discussed today, whether it be clinical trials, whether it be manufacturing, are things that we are hopefully going to be able to provide some kind of opportunities for.
Thank you very much. Maybe I have a small question from my own side. I think it's from Anna Pia also and Giuseppe maybe. With respect to the funding proposals, submitted to you, you highlighted that one of the challenges, or at least lessons learned that you see, is that sometimes regulatory standards are not up to standards, let's say, from some clinical trials applications or proposals. And obviously researchers, especially academic researchers, need some guidance in that. But a lot of these tools also require funding. Yeah, they are not for free for many also national scientific advices, for example, or the AMA, not all scientific advices for academia for free, only for orphan medicines. So how to balance it? So when to ask, because you also want to be already, in a good shape when you ask for funding, but on the other hand, you need the funding to come in shape, let's say, yeah.
Yeah, so first of all, I would really like to emphasize that we did have regulatory expertise on our panels. I mean, so these were, when experts were evaluating proposals, that was an element that was looked into, but I think it's more in the doing. So it was more that the researchers involved in the projects underestimated. So the standards were there in the end, but they didn't realize what they would need to do to get to those standards. I think throughout those 4 years, what we saw was a gradual inclusion of networks to help them with attaining that regulatory sort of criteria. So we had ECRA in a lot of projects, some of the infrastructures, IATRIS helping them. But, I mean, it's for the consortium themselves to bring together the relevant expertise. And if they didn't have that expertise, they could have brought that in. One other thing that I wanted to cover is that Horizon Europe and already then H2020 funding allows for scientific advice for academic developers to be covered. So if a consortium went to the EMA and needed to have those costs covered, the grant would allow that. And we always encouraged that to happen. But I think, honestly, that sometimes academic researchers in particular are a little scared of you as regulators. And that barrier over there, though we gave them lots of tools, was a difficult one to overcome. But I think it's getting better.
Thank you. I hope you all see that we are very sweet and not, you shouldn't be so very scared of regulators. So Johanna will get some questions from Slido.
Yeah, we'll get the first one. It will be for Valentina and for Eleonora. So what would be the advantage of getting an early meeting at EMA level compared to the national pre-scientific advice that will, I'm sure it's meaning the innovation through the innovation office. Isn't it better to hear the national competent authority opinion for the clinical trial application? Yeah.
Okay, so I can get a start here. For us, it really depends on the type of questions you have, at which stage the applicant is. Also, I speak on behalf of the Innovation Task Force. We try to be an early point of contact and to triage the request to the best support available. So it happened that applicants send a request form and then they only ask questions related to a clinical trial application. In that case, we will be referring the developer to a national advice mechanism because, as most of you know, the EMA does not approve clinical trials. It's not a matter of competition between national and central level. We also know that some applicants, academic researchers or companies can be more comfortable at the beginning to start at the national level and then scaling up to EMA. Maybe if I can highlight one advantage of having, for example, an ITF briefing meeting is that you will have the chance to discuss your development with several experts across Europe. So you will have a more, let's say, integrated view. Of course, experts will share their personal opinion, so it does not represent the national agency they work with. but you will have the chance to hear like different point of views in one meeting. So then I don't know if Eleonora, you want to complement?
Yes, I will. Of course, for the national specific questions, you should come to your national scientific advice, or in the early stage of development, you should come to innovation office to have the innovation meeting, because it's the opportunity to discuss and have support regarding national issues related concerning to your development. So, but as Valentina said, there is no competition, there is dialogue, there is collaboration. So as soon as later we are referring to the network to improve and give the entire support that you need to develop medicinal product technologies or methodologies across the network. So as I said in my talk, really all the activities we perform are informative and complement to the other European activities. So yeah, we are there from national but also for European. So it's matter regarding scientific advice or innovation meeting. It's just matter of the stage of your development. So if you are starting a development, innovation meeting is something that you look for having support. But I would say stay tuned, because Innovation Network will release soon, in the next months, a guidance to give you more information about which kind of tools you should apply for. It will be an overview, but hopefully helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to ask the last one, round table, and you will answer any of you that you want to comment on this. It's with the European Union facing a competitive lag compared to the US and China. What new or different approaches will drive impact in restoring the US competitiveness? So I don't know who wants to start.
It can be from funding perspective, it can be from HTA reimbursement perspective, from assessment perspective. So I don't know if any of the panel members want to comment now, or anyone from the audience.
You know, I'm a perpetual volunteer, so I will come up. No, I mean, it is concerning. I think it would be sort of wrong for us not to say that it's concerning, but I think we all have a role to play, and I think in terms of the regulatory landscape, it is quite complex at the moment and difficult to navigate, but the pharma package is aimed at facilitating that. I mean, that's the intention. I know there's a lot of debate, but that was the intention, and something needs to happen, because, you know, clinical trial regulation is also complicated. I think we can't deny that. That's affecting the number of clinical trials that are taking place. But there are activities around improving that. The HTA should also help. Access to finance. We know that it's difficult to get venture capitalist investment in Europe, but we're working on that. The EIC has created a trusted investors network so that, you know, it's faster. And ultimately, we maybe need to become more risk takers in Europe. I think that that's really something that we have to accept, and that means in all aspects. So that also means for companies and developers to stay in Europe rather than to go somewhere else. So that's all I have to add.
To accept uncertainty, I like that, yeah. Anyone else wants to comment? I think it's also will be maybe a topic for roundtable discussion later on, because it's really important that we will keep innovation also in Europe, and we'll keep up with it as well. So to close the session, I think, during this session we had a very nice overview of all the tools available. There are quite some listing of the tools available. Obviously, you cannot keep all it in your head and know where exactly to go, but you should be assured there are contact points, at NCA levels, at the EMA levels, at the European Commission levels, that you just can knock the door, and we will help you there further. And yeah, we will not stand further between you and lunch, so I would wish you bon appetit, and we will resume at 2 o'clock.
Wait,
sharply.
Wait.